Rob to talk you through all this.
Showed up 3 hours early to my first work meeting at my new job. Feelin' fine.
Two, check, hello. Hello. Check. Do we have any chatters? I know we're early today. And it's not bedhead Rob. This is my carefully curated, disheveled look. Okay? It's not bedhead. I worked hard at this. Coif. Alright? 10,000 sandwiches, thank you so much. 28 months, resub at tier 2. 10,000 sandwiches. That's so many sandwiches. Showing up 3 hours early to the first work meeting. That just shows that you're a hard-working go-getter. You're eager and you're excited to be there. Right? So you're just setting you're setting the bar. And now you simply have to show up to every single meeting at your job that early every time now. For the rest of the time that you work there. No problem. No problem at all. Yeah, so I mentioned that I thought I would get started a little early today. Shouldn't be a problem, exactly. I mentioned that I would get started a little bit early today. It's possibly gonna be a big day. A big news day. We don't know, but if anything happens, I want to be there. If anything happens, I want to be live so we can break it down in real time. Okay? It could be a momentous day. Maybe nothing will happen. But like I was saying before, I mean, when you talk about the idea of Trump getting arrested, if it doesn't happen, I think that's maybe equally as funny an outcome. So to me, I feel like today is just going to be a win-win in terms of the news coverage, right? It's either going to be Trump is going to be arrested, which will just be objectively hilarious. We can debate about the implications of it or whether it's deserved or who's more of a criminal president. You know, we got into that discourse yesterday. We can have all those debates. Regardless, though, it will be funny if it happens. The reaction from his supporters will be funny. The reaction from conservative media will be funny. And if he doesn't get arrested today, then there will be an equally funny, I think, counter-reaction. From the sort of like Lawrence O'Donnell, Rachel Maddow, Keith Olbermann kind of set. The Sorkin fans of the world. You know? That could be good too. I think what'll happen is nothing will come out of the grand jury until tomorrow, but also nobody will show up to protest like Trump asked his supporters to. The thing is, like, I don't doubt that he's going to have supporters that are going to be extremely livid about this and ready to protest, but it's like you would have to be a real piece of work, I think, that's putting it lightly. I think you'd have to be a real piece of work to see how January 6th played out and to see the way all those like delusional weirdos that got led astray by these conservative influencers and federal agents and just got led into this fucking trap, which totally fucked all of them, and they were just abandoned by Trump immediately, even though now a year later there's like a few words are being exchanged and like they're being mentioned a little bit. But you'd have to be pretty silly to, I think, see that and then say, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and try to overthrow the government over this. I think you'd have to be pretty silly, but you know, these are people that are not known for their critical thinking either, exactly. So maybe we will see that. I don't know. I just don't know what we're going to see. We are going to have friend of the stream, lol overruled, aka Alex Peters, aka Lolo, calling in today. An official lawyer in New York, who I think might be on scene right now. It might actually be. I have to confirm this. It might actually be like on scene live reporting. But he'll be calling in later with some official legal analysis and legal advice as well. So if you want to follow any of the legal advice, he's going to give that a rubber stamp. And anything that he says to you will be nice and legal. But maybe if I throw my body into the tree stump shredder, it'll be different. Surely the people that I'm talking to on this Facebook group are not all federal agents. Right? They can't all be federal agents. That would be ridiculous. Exactly. Official legal correspondent. That's how seriously I'm taking this shit today. So a couple huge guests actually coming up. We've got Lol overruled today. I don't even know how to refer to him. He kind of rebranded as Lolo. Do we call him Lolo? Do we call him Alex? Do we call him Lol overruled? I don't know. I actually have no idea. But we've got him coming on today and tomorrow, officially this time, officially confirmed, we've got the Deprogram Pod joining the show. So a couple of big guests this week on TRRS. Good stuff going on. I mean, I didn't talk a lot about the Putin-Xi meeting. Maybe there will be time for that today, but I think the Deprogram guys would be great to break down a lot of that with. A lot of big things going on. Big things going on TRRS this week. Happy to be covering all these things with each and every one of you. The beloved listeners and watchers of this program. Set tasers to balls. That's right. I think that, I mean, like I said, I think there's going to be a lot of possibly funny outcomes. I think somehow someone tasing themselves in the balls again until they died. I don't think that we're going to see that, frankly, but if we did, I think that could be one of the funniest things we could possibly imagine. If another brave MAGA warrior sacrificed themselves, who this year's QAnon shaman will be. Well, this is what I mean. Like, you would have to be really stupid to, I think, riot because of this stuff or engage in some kind of, like, half-hearted, half-assed coup attempt. You would have to be really, really dumb to do this. But it's like, I don't want to rule anything out at the same time. These people are not known for their ability to kind of critically engage with these situations. So I just don't know. I genuinely don't really think we'll see anything like that, but I don't want to say that we definitely won't, because I don't definitely know. Chin chin. Let's get this rolling. This guy was a goddamn Napoleon of right-wing insurgency compared to whoever's left over now. Yeah, I mean, I think the big difference this time around, like, on January 6th, you had a number of, like, conservative influencers. Charlie Kirk, Steven Crowder. All these people were, like, not only promoting January 6th, but, like, helping to organize buses and, like, busing people there and shit. And not that they experienced any real consequences for that, but probably got spooked enough that a lot of these influencers are like, do not fucking do anything. Do not riot over Trump being arrested. Don't do it. Like, they're all like, I think that's the big difference this time. Do not come. That's what they're saying. Am I too, like, washed out in terms of, like, the brightness here? It's still, I got a little bit of that morning light still, so it's very, is it too much? Do I need to turn it down a bit? My quest to find the best video configuration continues. It's a bit better. It is brighter at this time of day. I keep having to mess with the settings because I have different, really the ideal streaming location is something where it's just dark. You have to lock yourself in like a dark dungeon where I have a ton of natural light that like changes really throughout the day. So I'm on this quest to find the right lighting settings that it looks good in both at this time and in the evening. And I have yet to figure this out. Early streamer Bon. Let's see if there must be some live coverage of this. Let's see. Let's just get right into this. Let's see what we can take a look at here. Let's see here. Got Fox News. We've got House Republicans speaking to press at 11.
We're doing what we always do. We're monitoring comments on social media, and the NYPD is doing their normal role of making sure that there's no inappropriate actions in the city. And we're confident we're going to be able to do that.
The Daily News says protesters are expected to march from Trump Tower to Manhattan Criminal Court, with the possibility of a car caravan coming from Long Island.
I think of a good
has already
title
placed
here.
Metal barricades outside Manhattan Criminal Court.
It seems like something's happening.
They've got to avoid any craziness that may happen if this does come to fruition. And who wants to see riots and people going crazy with him walking out the front door in handcuffs?
Everyone looks at what happened on January 6th, and with the president saying, protest and take back our nation. I think many of us who worked down in that area of Manhattan, it makes you put your guard up a little bit.
Now, the NYPD has not announced any street closures, but that could change depending on how things unfold the next few days. Lisette Nunez, Good Day New York.
And a big thank you to our Fox 5 New York team for providing those updates here. This is a live look once again at Trump Tower there in New York. Let's head over to Atlanta. That is where police say they're keeping an eye on any protests that could happen surrounding that possible indictment of the former president.
Here we go. We got the live coverage
Trump
up and running.
In a social media post that he expects to be taken into custody Tuesday, that is today, and urged supporters to protest his possible arrest. The former president's comments connected to adult film star Stormy Daniels that appears poised to complete its work this week. Our Fox 5 Atlanta team has more for us.
Fellow patriots standing back and standing by.
Georgia State law professor Clark Cunningham doesn't think the Trump legal team has a winning argument, telling us the motion filed by the former president's lawyers reads more like a Trump commercial than a legal brief.
It's really a press release dressed up as a legal document.
Trump lawyers want to keep the report of a special grand jury that looked into possible illegal activities surrounding Georgia's 2020 election from every
we might have Alex
single
Peters
day.
right now.
They also want Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis removed from the investigation in any future criminal prosecution. In a 52-page motion, the lawyers claim Willis's, quote, forensic misconduct should cause her to be disqualified. They argue Judge Robert McBurney failed to protect the rights of all individuals discussed, and that public comments made by the grand jury's forewoman violated fairness and, quote, tainted any future grand jury pool. Cunningham says it's way too early for the Trump's lawyers' throw everything at the wall approach.
If and when he is indicted, he can then, in defending himself as a criminal defendant, he can start making these arguments. But at this point, he hasn't been indicted, and therefore he doesn't have any legal standing.
All right, we'll continue to follow that and bring you more right here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, a live look here at Trump Tower over there in New York. I also want to bring you to another live image that is just coming into our newsroom right here. We know that actress Gwyneth Paltrow is going to go on trial in Park City, where she's accused in a lawsuit of crashing into a skier during a 2016 family ski vacation. The man suing accuses the actress of skiing out of control, leaving him.
Rob, are you reading me?
Yeah, I'm reading you. I'm just.
Are you seeing me?
Yes, but let me just. I have to. This is different. I just need to get you on my screen here, which is slightly more tricky.
Okay.
Just give me a moment. Sorry, I missed your call there. I was like just getting started, just getting the conversational juices flowing, as they say.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
How we doing this morning?
We're doing okay. Let me just see if I can get you here. Okay. Everyone, we got our friend Lol Overruled, aka
Hello.
Alex Peters, aka Lolo.
Hello.
He's joining us for some official legal analysis here. Yeah, you think I'm taking this shit seriously?
Oh no, we're live. We're here. We're at criminal court. Rob, the mood outside the court is electric. I'm seeing a lot of fake news media.
Yep.
Not like us.
Nope.
They've got their big fancy cameras here.
Yeah.
I'm seeing potential Antifa super soldiers.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know though. Hard to say. You can see here. It's a fucking circus. Here we go.
We got live shoe leather reporting here.
Hello, sir. He didn't want to be filmed.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fair enough.
So, what are we looking at here, Alex? Do you think anything's going to happen today? I mean, it seems like something's going to happen, right?
If I'm being really honest, I don't think anything is going to be happening today at all. Except for justice.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Because you know what we're going to do? We're going to put a freaking Cheeto in a jail cell.
Oh man.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. It's going to be epic. No, I don't think anything's happening today. I mean, this is probably the first time that I've ever actually thought maybe there was even a possibility that something might happen.
Yeah, me too.
Just because but I just have a feeling that someone said something to Trump and then he immediately went off the handle and went on Truth Social and started, hitting it up, telling those truths, those retruths.
Yeah. Those coveted retruths.
I don't see it happening today. I will say though, it's possible that Alvin Bragg bit off more than he could chew, right? Because probably the most dangerous thing they could do is come after him and not succeed. But,
yeah.
But who knows what's going to happen? I would say if it does go to grand jury, that it's so easy for them to indict. The famous saying is that a grand jury could indict a ham sandwich because it takes so little to indict someone on something. It's just the prosecutor and the court reporter presenting evidence Typically, it's like 23 people. They only need like half of them to get an indictment. So if it does go to grand jury, yeah, he'll be indicted. But is that actually happening? I don't really know, to be honest. It seems we'll see. I'll believe it when I see it.
That's always been my kind of stance on this. I've always been in the camp that, like, of course nothing is ever going to happen to Trump. Like you, I think this is the first time that's been like, is something happening? Like, this is kind of wild.
And I also, like, look, I love it because it would be hilarious if it did happen. But I remain skeptical. Like, let's be real. The last time something of this magnitude, whatever, even happened was Nixon, right? Like, nothing really has happened. I mean, so what? Clinton got impeached, okay, but we're talking about criminal action of this magnitude at this scale for this kind of person. I also don't really understand the logistics, because do they have the Secret Service guys go in the jail cell with him?
Yeah. Does he still get a briefing? Does he still get a CIA briefing from in there?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that, if I'm being honest, I see people talking about political, oh, this is a political prosecution. First of all, every prosecution is a political prosecution. Start first and foremost with my boy O.J. Simpson, who's innocent. But no, but a lot of prosecutions are political prosecutions. So I think it's ridiculous when people say, "Well, it's a political prosecution." Yeah, obviously, it's a political prosecution, but I don't really care because I think it's funny. And
it is funny.
If they want to, start writing them up, if there's going to be a local DA who's hungry, in Tennessee, who wants to put out an arrest warrant for Nancy Pelosi, that's fine by me. Go ahead.
Yeah, or whoever. Like, this is like setting this. People worry about the ugly precedent this could set. It's like, this president actually seems all right to me.
Right. Oh no, we're gonna start arresting people in Congress. Oh boy.
Yeah. What a nightmare that is. I got a question from the chat here, wondering, like, an official legal capacity, would it be your advice to immediately tweet that you're being arrested and that you won't comply the moment that you learn that this is happening? Legally, do you think that's a good strategy?
This is my direct advice to Donald Trump. Donald Trump, if you are watching this right now, this is my 100% serious and legal advice, which is, if they come to get you, immediately reach for the cop's gun.
Yeah, exactly.
It's probably,
and if you're if any of these like MAGA guys or Trump fans, like, the person in your DMs, they're not a federal agent, and you should listen to them. The person that's telling you we should go do crimes right now because of this, you got to listen.
As everyone, as other warriors of the code know, true warriors, the police respect you if you show force towards them.
Yeah.
That's how to get their respect.
We all know this.
Is you have to also show that you are tough. Yeah. And then they will respect you and not arrest you.
It's funny, like, we've gotten into some of the discourse, like the ultimate truth is that, like, Trump being arrested would be funny. I think you can get into the kind of the discussion of, like, well, like we were saying, if Trump's going to be arrested, like, what other presidents should be arrested? And, like, yeah, probably, like, Trump, in terms of the crimes he committed, is almost low on the level of presidential criminality. Like, I don't know if he's in the top 3 of criminal presidents that America has had.
To be honest, the kind of the sex stuff or the hush money, which seems to be the subject of this investigation, which again feels kind of lame, right? Like, this feels like an Al Capone tax evasion type thing, where it's like, okay, I guess. Oh wow, you got him on this, okay. And he poured in a storm, I guess. But it is just kind of like, I don't know, pretty run of the mill. There's a lot of political guys who have gotten caught up in stuff like this in the past. And I don't know. It's definitely a zoo here though right now. I've been working out here I've been in and out of Manhattan criminal court for a couple years now. And I've never seen it like that. I mean, it wasn't even this crowded for Epstein, to be honest. It's
Yeah.
it's a zoo today. A lot of vans, a lot of fake media, a lot of I don't know. Dom Lemon, Dom Lemon.
Don is on site.
He could be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
He's waiting
surprise
in the
me at all.
wings.
He's waiting to say something that's going to upset everybody.
Yeah. I guess the question I have too is like, because people have been warning obviously about the possibility this is going to lead to some kind of big counter reaction. And I don't doubt that there's appetite for that. But at the same time, I was saying earlier, like, you would have to be really fucking dumb after seeing what happened on January 6th to be like, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and try and overthrow the government again over this. Even when there's even the conservative influencers are like, do not do this. Please don't.
I think people are looking too far when it's like right in front of their own faces. You know what I mean? You have all of these states passing these extremely regressive and bash laws like for that are going to put trans people and queer people and marginalized people in danger and in trouble. So I think people are just like creating this fantasy of like, well, what's going to happen now, when in reality it's already happening, and it's happening quietly before all of our eyes.
Yeah.
So I don't, you know what I mean? It's kind of one of those things where I'm like, well, whatever, man, let's go.
Well, and you almost get the sense with a lot of these sort of liberal types, the Mueller time pod people, to suggest that like if this kind of fascist takeover happens within the confines of this system and within this kind of with the legal through these legal means, then it's kind of like, well, we don't like it, but we're not going to complain too much about it. But it's only like when they get this kind of fantasy about this sort of this kind of coup going on and this big showy situation. But like what you're saying, like the fascist takeover is underway and like currently already.
In a way, it's all kind of a fantasy, right? Like even the idea that these people can really be held accountable. I mean, look, the circus showed up to see if they're gonna perp walk, a guy for something that even if they go through with it, it's like impossible to imagine anything even happens to him. You know what I mean? Like even if they go through with this grand jury, okay, then what happens? You know what I mean? And this is probably not even necessarily bad for him because he already has, I don't know, a quarter or a third of the conservative electorate kind of like going to bat for him still, right? I mean, like, I don't think that this is hugely important. I just think that it's cathartic for people, and it's like a dog as far as like more liberal-minded people. And I wish them well. Like, this is like their dream come true, if it is happening. But this is like a dog chasing a car, because then what happens?
Yeah,
we still got Ron DeSantis. You still have the extreme likelihood that this is not going to stop Trump at all.
Well, I
you
mean,
have fascists everywhere.
I mean, just like, the idea that, like, it's so unthinkable, like you're saying, to imagine Trump doing any serious time over this, even if this goes ahead. And if he doesn't, and it doesn't stop him from running again in anyways, it may turn like that's a great story for him to feed the red meat to his base that loves him so much. Like they're gonna love that shit, Look,
they came after me. The liberals came after me. Yeah. Oh, here we go. There's a big interview happening. Oh, I think it's Alvin Bragg actually. Should I go over there?
Sure.
All right, let's go. Cutting through.
This is very exciting to have live coverage like this.
Yeah, we got live coverage. Here he is, the man himself, Alvin Bragg. TA. Is this him? Oh, no, it's not Alvin Bragg. It's some guy with a gigantic Trump 2020 flag, and they are descending upon him like vultures. Hold on. Can I flip this around?
I think so, yeah.
It's too bad I don't know how to use technology.
Yeah, same.
Hold on. Look at this. Oh. It's that Daily Show guy with like the coif hair.
Okay.
Who's like, the guy who comes up and is like, I'm going to do something really cool and make people who are uneducated look stupid.
Yep. That's how you restore sanity. You got to do it.
You know what we do need? We do need another rally. I'm not. That's a circus. I'm sorry.
That's no problem. Yeah.
We need another rally to restore sanity.
I think so. The last one was so successful that
it was. Yeah. We need 3 more Jon Stewarts. And I think we need to put this friggin' Cheeto in a jail cell. That's what we need to do.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's just like, regardless of the implications or the questions about whatever, who did more crimes as president, and like, how Iraq, just the anniversary of Iraq just happened, and we're celebrating all the fucking monsters that were responsible for that because they all said Orange Man bad, and then celebrating Trump getting arrested. Regardless of how unfair that might be, it's just the idea of seeing him being led away in handcuffs is just still so exciting and would just be so fucking hilarious on so many levels that it's just, I can't help but root for it, regardless of all these kind of moral questions around it.
We're all liberals today. We're all resist liberals today.
Yeah, we got him, unless nothing happens. But I think the great thing about this situation is that even if nothing happens, would be pretty funny as well, because then we get to see all the other people lose their minds over it. Like it seems like there's guaranteed to be some very funny reactions and meltdowns. I think that's what's exciting about today.
Yeah, my guess is right now, my feeling is nothing is happening today. Like 0 is happening today. The news is here because they have to cover it. But if the indictment is coming down, it's not. I don't think it's happening today.
Yeah,
it could happen. Tomorrow or Thursday. But also, if this thing doesn't happen by the end of the week, it might just be hot air. But clearly, there's a lot of buzz here, and I'm along for the ride. It's fine. I see a lot of people being kind of negative. They're being kind of like, this is never going to happen, which, you know what? Yeah, I get that. But sometimes you got to let yourself have a little bit of fun,
Yeah.
You got to let yourself have a nice little time. You don't need to tweet every day that, not the people who tweet every day that he, it's any minute now, Rob Mueller is going to be crashing through that Mar-a-Lago through the wall like the Kool-Aid man.
The walls are closing in.
Yeah, and he's jacked too, and we all have psychosexual attraction to Robert Mueller.
He's daddy. That's right.
Yeah, totally. Remember when the SNL cast sang a Christmas song to him?
It was so bizarre, that whole thing. I mean, that whole phenomenon was like such an example of how you can just like jangle keys in front of a certain group's face and they'll just fucking love it. They give you here, you have this like old intelligence community Republican. Here, this is the guy that's the answer to your prayers. He's your new hero now. And millions of people were just like, yes, I agree. Thank you. I like this.
Yeah. It'd be like Marilyn Monroe, singing a song to J. Edgar or something. It's just very weird. But yeah, the mood out here it's electric. People are ready. That's my reporting for you today. That's what I got.
I love it. Well, Alex, I appreciate you calling in. Yeah,
absolutely.
It's been a long time coming. You're welcome to come on anytime.
Absolutely. We'll maybe do some real 100% legal advice that is actionable soon, but not today.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
All right.
Well, thanks again. We appreciate it.
No problem, of course.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Look at that, folks. That's how seriously we're taking this stuff today. Live reporting from the scene. Thank you to our friend Lol Overruled.
What is the Fed taking into consideration this time around?
Boy, this is probably the most important.
Do we have another bank rescue going on?
And so much has changed since the last time the Fed met just a month ago, because now we have these bank failures. So they really have to choose between the lesser of two.
We have more banks failing now? That's not good.
Stabilizing the banking industry. Wall Street's sort of split on this. Some think we're going to get a smaller.
I'm sure that's a good sign.
Rates tomorrow as the Fed continues its fight against high inflation. It is still high at 6%.
It's not a cult. It's a legitimate.
They just leave interest rates alone. alone.
It's a legitimate news organization. That is right. That is right. It's a legitimate news organization.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, business reporter Alexis Christopher.
It's a will they, won't they about whether they will hike again. Won't hiking interest rates again, though, lead to even more chaos? Like, isn't hiking the rates at the rate that they have causing a lot of the chaos?
But U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is calling the plan a stalling tactic at best. Foreign correspondent Tom Zufi-Burridge is joining us now from Kyiv.
Man, the reaction to China trying to end the Ukraine war is so fucking interesting, isn't it? They're so upset. Oh, here's DeSantis.
If charges are brought on him, will you have any role in extradition?
Meatball Ron.
So I've seen rumors swirl. I have not seen any facts yet, and so I don't know what's going to happen. But I do know this: the Manhattan District Attorney is a Soros-funded prosecutor, and so he, like other Soros-funded prosecutors, they weaponize their office to impose a political agenda on society at the expense of the rule of law and public safety. He has downgraded over 50% of the felonies to misdemeanors. He says he doesn't want to even have jail time for the vast, vast majority of crimes. And what we've seen in Manhattan,
Trump called this guy a fucking pedo last night, and he's still out there defending him. Sad.
And so you're talking
Sad.
about this situation with, and look, I don't know what goes into paying hush money to a porn star to secure silence over some type of alleged affair. I can't speak to that. But what I can speak to is that if you have a prosecutor,
he is also a literal torturer. Yeah, although the conservative freaks love that, though.
In his jurisdiction, and he chooses to go back many, many years ago to try to.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
A political agenda and weaponizing the office, and I think.
Thank you, Ambiguibot, for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Get in here.
Point out when you're talking about these Soros-funded.
Get in here, Raiders.
Yes, they may do a high-profile, politicized prosecution, and that's bad. But the real victims are ordinary New Yorkers, ordinary Americans in all these different jurisdictions, that they get victimized every day because of the reckless political agenda that these Soros DAs bring to their job. They ignore crime and they empower criminals, and that hurts people. Hurts a lot of people every single day.
And crime should just be legal when you're wealthy and powerful, right?
And I'm just glad that I'm the only governor in the country that's actually removed one from office during my tenure.
Oh, thanks, Red Scary. I'll get to your answer there. I wanted to hear Meatball Ron for a moment, but I'll get to your answer about the Fed in a moment.
I have no interest in getting involved in some type of manufactured circus by some Soros DA, okay? He's trying to do a political spectacle. He's trying to virtually.
But is it legal or not? Like,
I've got real issues I got to deal with here in the state of Florida.
The idea that, like, oh, he's a Soros guy, he's doing this political thing. Like Alex was saying, like, sure, it's political, but, like, is it legal or not? The facts of the case are fairly sound regardless of the political implications. Should crime just be legal if you're a Republican, basically?
Floridians, and I'm fighting back against Biden. That's what I do every single day.
Yeah, the Soros thing is such a dog whistle too, isn't it?
President Donald Trump says he's expecting to be arrested this upcoming Tuesday and is calling on his supporters to protest. In a statement posted to his online platform Truth Social, Trump said, without providing evidence, that illegal leaks from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office indicated.
He sounds very not mad from some of these posts.
As part of the statement, Trump pleaded his supporters to protest, take our nation back. Earlier this year, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office presented evidence to a grand jury investigating hush payments made to Stormy Daniels in the waning days of Trump's 2016 campaign. Trump is also
it's smoothing my brain as well. My brain is nice and smooth.
In Georgia over efforts to
I've been
the 2020 results
doing this show for going on 3 years, so whatever non-smoothness I had in my brain has long since been smoothed over. All the little wrinkles have been smoothed over. Doing this show has just been like taking an iron to my brain like every day for 2.5 years.
I think many Americans are taken aback.
He's not even mad. Cool Don. That's right. They're just like, normally rich people don't get in trouble for these crimes. Stop making exceptions for Republican rich people.
In New York City. It says that indicting the former president is his highest priority. It tells you everything you need to know about the liberal left in this country. Look, the American people have every right.
I mean, he tried to get Mike Pence's family killed. He tried to get Mike Pence and his family killed. He calls Meatball Ron a pedo, and they're still bending over backwards to defend him.
And express the frustration that they feel.
Sad. Just sad people.
A liberal Manhattan DA poised to indict a former president of the United States. But that being said, there can be no tolerance for the kind of violence that we saw on January 6th or throughout the summer of 2020.
The prosecutor in New York has done more to help Donald Trump get elected president than any single person in America today.
And I mean, there's maybe some truth to that, like I was saying.
What they're doing up there. Y'all ready to listen? This thing was looked at by the previous prosecutor. Guy had been around for a while. I think his name was Cyrus Vance. And the federal government looked at it and they said, no, thank you. So they elected this new guy. I think his name is Alvin Bragg. Mr. Bragg, you have helped Donald Trump amazing, and I'm sure he will say something to you down the road.
We the people have had
People voted him in. I think that helped a little. No, but we're talking about in this next election, though, I think. Like, there is a significant chance that even if this does come down and Trump does face some kind of, like, grand jury or some kind of legal consequences, if he's still able to run for president, then his supporters are going to love that. You know, that's actually really going to be really great for him.
They try lying. Every day they try to pick this man apart. And what have they come up with so far? Zero.
And it's only going to incite more people to come out and support. Okay? And that's what it's about, is the more people we have.
Wasn't Trump okay with the MAGAs trying to hang Pence? No, of course he incited a fucking mob to try and assassinate this guy.
Yeah, it seems like if he does get indicted, I don't think that's going to really change too much. I think it'll probably charge and probably amplify his base, given that he's running. Otherwise, I don't think it'll change too much, to be honest.
I think it's a great thing that Donald Trump will get arrested. That's it.
Well, he's committed so many crimes, and nobody has prosecuted him enough yet. I will look forward to seeing justice be done.
If they voted for him anyway, could he still get elected if they write him in? I think it's unlikely that. Even if this decision does come down from the grand jury, I don't think he's going to be doing like years in prison. I don't think that's a remote possibility. I really don't.
Former indictment.
It could be a failed arrest that leads to a backfire. Like that is a possibility. This could absolutely backfire. For sure.
Probe involving former President Donald Trump. All pretty quiet right now, but the city of New York is basically preparing at this point.
It's not like he's going to be locked up for years or anything like that, or wearing an orange jumpsuit or going to like Rikers Island or anything. Like that is not happening.
Indicted in connection with that situation.
No shot at a conviction.
Fox News brings us the latest.
Kafifi to you all on this holiday, and
it's an absolute
a hearty kafifi to you as well, Eric. Thank you.
New York City as a
They're bringing that
jury
Magneto
could
prison.
indict
I mean, that would be
former
funny.
President Donald Trump in
I don't
the
think that's going to be
coming
happening
days
though.
over a hush money payment allegedly made.
And if he's like, these liberals tried to arrest me and I easily wriggled my way out yet again, I mean, that's going to be great for his whole story and narrative.
Daniels was paid $130,000 by former Trump lawyer Michael
Would love to see him in that pretrial detention center. Absolutely. I mean, that'd be funny. For sure.
There is absolutely no legal theory that matches the facts here. There was a settlement made by a lawyer,
Okay, and the lawyer subsequently create invoices and bill the client.
Trump's attorney says his client is the target of a politically motivated attack as Trump continues his 2024 presidential campaign.
The district attorney has the documentation in order to validate every single statement that I've made.
On Monday, Robert Costello,
Cohen is just an example of what happens when you try to suck up to this guy. There's no one that Trump won't throw under the bus.
Unreliable.
I said, Michael, where did you get the $130,000? Is that Trump's money? No, it's not. How did you get it? I took out a HELOC loan for $130,000. I said, why would you do that? He said, because I wanted to keep this secret.
And a big thank you there to our
You're in a lot of
Fox
trouble,
News
Donald.
friends. They are keeping us updated here.
And remember,
on this
folks,
situation.
I will
This
be
right
here all
here,
day.
once
Well,
again,
not all day. I'll be here until about 3:30 in the afternoon.
York. We also have several images out of
If you
Florida.
enjoy this
Right here
coverage,
is
if you
West
like
Palm Beach.
live
You can see the
shoe leather
aircraft that
reporting
does belong to
directly
former
from
President Donald
New York
Trump,
City, from
and
official
also this
legal
shot of his
experts,
home there over in
and you
Mar-a-Lago.
support this
This is a
channel
story
and the
that we
community,
will
and you want to see
continue
more
to
of this
follow from
coverage here
each
on
and
Twitch,
every
please
angle.
subscribe to the
Fox's
channel,
Doug Luzader brings us
subscribe,
more.
gift subs, join the community.
Some Republicans
Every little
here
bit
want
helps.
an explanation from New York
I appreciate
District
it a
Attorney
lot,
Alvin
and
Bragg,
it helps
but
support
either
this
way,
content,
the
helps keep this
indictment of
content on the
former
air.
president will send shockwaves through the country.
The protests in New York have already begun.
Everyone sub URLs.
Supporters of former President Trump
You
are
get all the
bracing
emotes
for what
if you
may
subscribe to
come
this
next.
channel, some of the best emotes on this platform. And in fact, let's see some knife robs. Can I please see some knife robs in the chat? So all these lurkers
The
and
former president with
non-subs
a message on
get
his
the
Truth
message.
social media site after predicting he would be arrested today. That timing may be off, but it could happen in coming days as a grand jury continues to consider whether a hush money payment
You've
made
just
to
become an
former
elite
porn
member
star
of
Stormy
the
Daniels
Friendship
was
Triangle.
handled illegally. Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen,
Thank you.
has helped
Thank you,
prosecutors
Plunger Man,
build the
so much
case.
for the 5 gifted subs. I officially threatened Plunger Man with a knife until he gifted subs. That's the kind of that's what I like to see. Plunger Man, thank you very, very much. I really appreciate
Critics, though,
that.
say it is a contorted legal argument to build a felony case and that it isn't
Does
likely
anyone
to hold
else?
up.
Can I interest anyone else
And back
in
in
becoming
some
an elite
Republican
member
lawmakers
of
want
the
to hear from
Friendship
Manhattan
Triangle
DA
system?
Alvin Bragg,
For the
who
mere
pursued the
price
Trump
of
case
5
even
gifted
after the
subs, you
Justice
immediately,
Department turned it down.
regardless of
And
how
even
new
this
you are to
district
the
attorney said he
community,
wasn't gonna
immediately
pursue
you
it, and
rocket
then what
right up
happened?
there to that elite level.
President Trump announces he's running for
The
re-election.
elite level of Twitch's only, triangle-shaped,
Police in New York are
two-dimensional,
preparing for larger protests. A source
friendship,
tells the
access,
grand
and
jury is
trickle-down
scheduled to
clout
hear from a
tiered
number of
reward
witnesses
system.
tomorrow. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much, Doug.
It's the only such system that is on this platform, that's available on this platform.
Our Fox 5 New York team, they are there covering this from each and every angle. Now, in other news, new information involving the family.
You can
of
count on
prominent
me. You're
South
going to have good
Carolina
old Rob
attorney
to
and
talk you
convicted
through all
killer
this.
Alec Murdaugh. Officials are
Thank you,
reopening
Bleep Lord,
a
for the
case that
gifted
was
sub.
originally ruled
Thank
a
you.
hit and run, and Alec Murdaugh's living son, Buster,
You've just
is
become an elite
defending
member
himself
of the
against
Friendship
rumors and
Triangle.
speculation that he was somehow connected.
Netlocked,
Fox
thank you
News
so
correspondent
much.
Jonathan Siri has
Netlocked.
the story
Hell yeah.
from Atlanta.
Already an elite member, and now even more so.
Breaking his silence, the surviving son
Netlocked,
of
thank you so
convict
much for the
Alec
5
Murdaugh
gifted
pushed
subs.
back against speculation on a cold case involving the death of his former high school classmate Stephen Smith. Back in 2015, the
Trickle-down clout
19-year-old's
economics
body
is
was
backed by
found on a
real
country
financial
road
correspondents
about 15
that are
miles
completely
from the Murdaugh
unaffiliated with
family's
this
hunting
channel, we
estate.
promise.
Buster Murdaugh
I don't think my
issued a
mic is too
statement
loud.
saying, "These baseless rumors of my involvement with Stephen and his death are
And I have the
false.
video
I
playing right now
unequivocally
low,
deny
just so
any
it's in the
involvement in his
background.
death, and my heart
I
goes
want
out
to keep
to the
the
Smith family.
You're going to have good
keep
old
the focus
Rob
over
to,
here.
talk you through all this.
A couple years ago when I first got
Himbo
involved,
Slice, thanks so much. 13 months of tier 1 from Himbo Slice. Thank you.
submitting to any interviews.
And we
State
are now
authorities
close
initially
to
determined Stephen was the
a
victim
hype
of
train.
hit
I don't want to
and run,
alarm
but
anyone.
reopened the case in 2021
Close to a hype
while
train.
investigating the fatal shootings of Buster's mother Maggie and brother
I'm
Paul.
going to put this on mute, actually, this video. 'Cause it's going into some unrelated case while they're buying time. Can I interest anyone else in becoming an elite member of the Friendship Triangle system? No hilarity yet, Progressive Canuck. That's why I wanted to get started early today. We're locked and loaded, ready for anything funny to possibly happen. And for our most influential and most elite gift donors, only the very special, most elite donors can unlock the ultra secret and special 10 gifted sub alert, which we do see sometimes, not all the time. It's been a while since we've seen it. But if you enjoy this content and you want to support it and you want to unlock the highly
You can count
secretive
on me. You're gonna have good
and
old Rob
special
to talk you through all this.
alert, you can do so for the mere cost of 10 gifted subs. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not telling you what to do. Plunger Man, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I'll make Lolo gift 10. Good. Thank you. That would be much appreciated, frankly. He's the one that has a real job, okay? He's got a real job. I'm here in the content mines day in, day out, creating content for people. Even though he's doing that on it's just a hobby to him. I know he creates content too, but that's just a side thing for him. This is my whole fucking life, all right? This is my whole life doing this. Can we watch Eminem and his orange bit? It seems fitting. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. And sorry, I just wanted to get to our friend Red Scary's comment. I asked a question earlier about the Fed and the stuff about rates being raised, and Red Scary had a very thoughtful answer that I want to read here. I asked if a further rate hike would create even more chaos, because it seems like that's been the result of a lot of these bank failures that we've been seeing so far. He said, I mean, yes, but also no. Typical finance talk. Because mostly what is causing these banks to fail is bank runs on deposits and forcing them to realize the losses on the long-term treasuries immediately to make deposits. Because right now those losses from the interest rates exist only on paper and aren't marked for sale, but they become marked for sale if the bank needs cash. Okay. I still have such a hard time understanding any of this shit. But like we were saying, it's like the fact that these banks are failing just because of like bank runs and this kind of like anxiety that the people that are operating in this world seem to be experiencing is probably a sign that these people are not very, despite all the official statements about how confident they are, it doesn't seem like there's a ton of confidence in this system when like it's people are seems like they're poised on a moment's notice to panic the instant there's any kind of instability like what we're seeing. What do you think about the Saudi-Iran deal? I mean, I think it's amazing what we're seeing right now with China going in, trying to make broker a peace deal with Saudi and Iran, try to end the war in Yemen, try to end the war in Syria, and trying to end the war in Ukraine right now. Like that's what they're doing in terms of their foreign policy at the moment. And it's telling the way that they're being treated like they're engaging in something like an aggressive behavior or hostile behavior, when they're literally, making steps to defend their own territory, first of all, and also broker these big historic peace deals, rather than endlessly perpetuating these conflicts by funding the people engaging in the conflicts, which is what America has been doing for years. Big China W, that's right, it is. China's 16 points to end the war in Ukraine is really good, actually. I do want to take a look at that. I will do that today if there's time. Tomorrow, the Deprogram Pod folks are coming on the stream, so definitely we'll be spending more time focusing on that tomorrow. Today, I thought mostly we would be looking at this, but I do want to take a closer look at the deal that, or the suggestions that China's laying out there to try to end this thing, and it's really telling the way that the U.S. government is responding. Blinken and I saw Melanie Joly saying it's going to prolong the war. What's going to prolong the war is this like attempted effort at negotiation and peace. What's not going to prolong the war is just having an endless arms supply to these Ukrainian proxies. That's what's gonna not prolong the war, is literally arming and continuing to fund one side of the war so they can just fight endlessly until the entire country is just fucking turned into this total blood-drenched quagmire. I think it'd be best if they stopped fighting, generally. Yeah, that would be the in my view, that would be the best way to, end the war. Are the MAGAs all gathered somewhere? Or is there still only like 8 guys at Trump Tower in New York? Oh, there aren't even 8 guys there anymore. That's what we were saying. It's like you would have to be extremely dumb to riot or try and overthrow the government or try and fight cops because of this thing, despite Trump kind of half-heartedly asking for it. Have you met them? Well, that's the thing. It's like these people are not known for being the brightest of folks. We will see, though. Did you hear JP Morgan thought they owned a bunch of nickel, but actually they'd bought regular rocks and never checked? That's going to be a great business if you get into just selling piles of rocks to banks. That'd be good. No, they're not known for being smarties. It's true. Doesn't seem like all that much is going on. Leave some rocks for us normal folk. Thank you. So I know the hype train ended, folks, but still, if there's anyone that's interested in joining this community, remember, the hype train may come to an end, but the hype is eternal. And you too can join this community. You know what? Just in case there's some new viewers here that aren't familiar with what the community is about, I was going to take a brief moment just to show you a little video. I've got a little video kind of onboarding orientation. And if you don't know what this community is about, it's just a really helpful way to kind of orient people and let them know what this community is and what this show is about. Okay, so I'm just going to take a brief moment away from the live coverage while we're waiting for the big news to come on. Not everyone's seen this. We got other people here, GPA boost, and you're not even a sub, so clearly the video has not worked on you in the first place. Just in case anyone's not familiar with what the community is about, here it is. This will explain it for you.
Thank you for expressing interest in the Friendship Triangle community. We would be thrilled to have you on board as a member of our exclusive platform. As you may know, the Friendship Triangle is Twitch's only two-dimensional, triangle-shaped.
Sorry. It's a funny place to pause it. I think Biden is our best chance of socialism. Am I welcome? Yeah, you're welcome. I'm not sure that I would agree with that stance, but everyone's welcome. Everyone's welcome to come hang out here.
Two-dimensional, triangle-shaped, friendship access, and trickle-down cloud, tiered reward system. Today you have an amazing opportunity to join the base level of the Friendship Triangle system. Once you are part of the community, you'll have the ability to rise through the ranks and achieve higher levels of access and rewards. One way to do this is by gifting subscriptions to your fellow members or by inviting your friends and family members to join our community. As you ascend the tiers, you will be exposed to a range of new and exciting benefits, such as exclusive content, advanced features, and access to our elite community members. We are confident that you will enjoy all the perks that come with being part of the Friendship Triangle. However, we also want to remind you that not all friends and family members are to be trusted, especially those who may not support your new lifestyle. That's why we encourage you to focus on building meaningful relationships within our community, where you will find like-minded individuals who share your interests and values. If you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out to our team. We are always here to support our members and ensure that your experience with the Friendship Triangle is enjoyable. We're glad that you are considering joining the Friendship Triangle community. We look forward to seeing you rise through the chaos zone and all the way into the elite tier. It's not a cult.
There we go. There we go. That's it. That's all. We'll get back to our coverage now, but please join the community. If you enjoy this program, if you enjoy this coverage, join the community. It's very, very helpful. And this program is able to stay on the air through the incredible generosity of our community members.
Reimbursed Cohen with monthly checks. Prosecutors are expected to allege that the former president
Never been here for stream. Now I'm ready to join a cult. Okay, well, it is, as it was clearly outlined in that video, it is not a cult.
Over the weekend,
I do appreciate the
President
enthusiasm,
predicted
though.
his imminent arrest and called for protests.
This is really panic and fear.
I do appreciate the
He knows,
enthusiasm.
what's coming.
Cohen pleaded guilty to federal crimes connected to the Daniels payout.
Well, he went to jail, and now he's on the revenge tour.
But if you want to join the community, it is $5 or totally free of charge with your Amazon Prime account.
Last week to the grand jury, he was available again.
And there's a number of other ways you can
yesterday
support
to
the channel
rebut
as well.
Costello, but was never called. He had plenty to say about Costello, though.
There's not another dope that's willing to.
Is a two-dimensional
put his,
triangular
backside
friendship
on the line
system.
For Donald.
An indictment looms as
And that's
former
all.
President Trump campaigns for the White House again. His main Republican rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, criticized Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg for going after the former commander-in-chief.
If you have a prosecutor who is ignoring crimes happening every single day in his jurisdiction, and he chooses to go back many, many years ago to try to use something about porn star hush money payments, that's an example of pursuing a political agenda and weaponizing the office. And I think that that's fundamentally wrong.
All right, what you are looking at in the top.
No, it is not a grift. It's not a grift when you're totally upfront about the whole process. If you obfuscate that, then I think it would qualify. I'm quite upfront about how this whole thing works.
Before that Manhattan grand jury deciding whether to indict
Trump going into jail during Ramadan is too on the nose.
former president gathered outside the courthouse to protest that case. Costello once served as a legal advisor for Trump's longtime personal lawyer and fixer, Michael Cohen. That is,
I think while we're waiting too, we can look at another important Trump-themed video.
With hush money payments made to adult entertainment star Stormy Daniels and a model, which he says were directed by Trump. Cohen
I'd asked to do a rap where you support Hillary and Obama and John McCain.
That's
those
not
guys?
disrespecting the military.
God, it just never gets old. I don't know how many times we've watched that on here. A lot, though. I don't know how many times we've watched that, but it never gets old, and I think it gets worse every time. I think every time I've heard that, it's gotten worse. It defies the laws of physics. That rap. I'm standing and clapping. Thank you. Nothing says counterculture more than glazing the military, for sure. Yeah. And again, Hillary and Obama and John McCain. On the streets, they're always talking about Hillary and John McCain. They call her Sister Hillary on the streets. In the barber shops. Right up there in the kind of the Tim Kaine and the membrane. That was great as well. I almost put that on. I don't think I could do it. Shit like this would have helped Trump in 2020 if COVID and Floyd had not happened. Well, I'm still definitely in the camp, Hassan, that had COVID not happened, I'm certain that Trump would have beaten Biden in that election. I don't know where you folks feel about that, but I really do think that Biden wouldn't really have stood a chance.
many cameras across the country here. This is Mar-a-Lago over in West Palm Beach, Florida. That is the home to
100% Trump would have won. I tend to think so.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Over in New York as
Thank you, Dimitri. It's National Poetry Day, and you play that. It's true. Well, it's one of the America's great poets, one of America's great wordsmiths.
Stormy Daniels. As we get more details,
MSNBC with Eminem for a live freestyle hot take in studio. I hope they do. I hope they do call in. That would be great.
In the meantime, I do want to get to some of the other stories that we have been covering throughout the day here.
Before COVID, he was doing well by the shit metrics by which we measure society currently, unemployment levels, GDP. Absolutely, he had this kind of like fake gold-plated economy. You know, yeah, in terms of like actual everyone's material conditions are getting worse, but he was still able to make the case to people that it was the greatest economy in American history, folks. You know?
Then slamming into a black Honda
and like what, you know, they had nothing. You know, Biden would have just been shit.
According to officials, the Camry also hit a second vehicle before finally coming to a rest after slamming.
What the fuck would Biden have run? He would have run on not being Trump. You know?
80 miles per hour right before.
And I think that was more compelling at a time when America seemed like it was on the verge of collapse.
I never see an accident like this in my life. Well, it's a shame. It's a tragedy. It's really, you know, it's heartbreaking.
2 people lost their lives and 5 others are recovering this morning after a car jumped a curb in Bensonhurst and careened onto the sidewalk. Shocking surveillance video shows the accident as it unfolded just before 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon at 18th Avenue and 62nd Street. All happening in a matter of
We're getting interrupted by some extremely grim news coverage here.
Camry can be seen speeding through a red light.
Cars are so fucking dangerous. Jesus Christ.
Narrowly missing 2 people walking down the street.
I heard the impound first.
I sent this earlier, but do we expect similar scenes for Trump?
The Camry also hit a second vehicle.
Again, I am going to say no. I think there's definitely appetite from Trump's supporters to freak out over this. It's going to feed right into their like political persecution complex that they all have. But I mean, like I was saying before, after seeing what happened on January 6th, you would have to be really something else to try and riot or try and engage in any kind of this behavior right now. There's probably so many federal agents in all of these movements trying to whip up the frenzy, and all the conservative influencers are saying, no, don't do anything. I don't think, even though like liberals are kind of fantasizing about this kind of thing, I do not think we will see anything like this. You never know, though. You never know.
Joe Biden by a lot, very importantly. So,
I would like to see there be openness. I'd like there to be balanced approach to the law, that everybody is treated the same and not differential. Because
it was Antifa, the FBI, peaceful protest. That was the funniest thing about that whole January 6th day, was like that idea that like Trump himself had been like, go and overthrow the government because of this. The election's being stolen. You had all these conservative influencers being like, yeah, go to Washington. Go and make your voices heard or whatever. We're going to take back the country. All this stuff. And then lo and behold, all these dumbasses go and do just that. And when everyone started getting mad about it, all these very same people were like, these are like Antifa trans people doing this, actually. Rather than like acknowledging the very obvious connection between their words and actions and like with the violence that happened.
Regulations, you need to be held accountable.
Why does no one admit January 6th is funny? I think many of us do.
If he did use campaign
yeah, the Kevin Sorbo tweets are the perfect example of that phenomenon. It's history. History's in the making.
Yeah, if he used
it's happening.
Money that
this is our 1776 moment.
Paying off Stormy Daniels, then he should be punished for it and indicted. But if not, then
what is this Antifa false flag? Like 1 hour later,
it's more slander on him.
Won't someone think of the integrity of U.S. institutions? That's what I really couldn't stand. All the sanctimony from people around that as well. Like I could acknowledge that even though it was funny, it's also kind of dangerous as well. These yahoos trying to overthrow the government on behalf of Donald Trump. even if it was half-assed, you know, people could have died. It could have been a lot worse. It was also very funny. But then you had these people like doing this Sorkin, like these beautiful, the shining beacon of democracy has been
I think
besmirched. You know, the beautiful shining city on the hill. It's a dark day, and the shining, beautiful beacon of democracy for the world is just like, give me a fucking break. Oh my god.
Would not happen, but again, it is anyone's guess at this point.
If there's one thing
to emphasize, I don't
that
think
you know, the hallowed halls of Congress do not represent, it would be that.
Compared to 2020, Donald Trump is no longer the president, and he is losing.
I remember watching the CTGN coverage of January 6th, and the people suddenly realizing that there was a Chinese news crew, and they tore apart the van. I don't remember that.
It would not be on a scale that
That's
we've
amazing.
seen before.
Because
I don't think that anyone should say like
because
to like riot or to do anything. I think
lib
it's something
tech
that
companies
the supporters should do based on their actions.
silence my
what
free
they believe or
speech,
think,
and
I think that goes with everything, not just Trump. I mean, with every political figure.
deleted my
with every
coverage of that
political
historic event.
But trying to rile up your supporters, it's a weak message
Only
that
one
you send.
clip.
You know,
Only one clip remains.
These people should come out to you. You shouldn't call for them, and it just it causes more chaos. If everybody would do this, then we'd have riots every day. And
Only one.
it's just
Actually,
chaos, to
maybe
be
more
honest.
than one does, but
So for years,
only one clip of that day
Cohen
remains.
has acted like he is above the law. So for years, Mr. Cohen
But you know, when
has acted like he is above the law.
This is historic in every respect, in the sense that no American
But you know, when you're
president-
dealing with stressful situations like the collapse of the United States, it can be mentally taxing. It can be physically draining. That's why I like to enjoy a sip of a cool, crisp Rain Energy Lemon HDZ, which gives me the energy that I need and the mental clarity. Very important. The mental clarity. You need it in moments like this. You need it. It's the only surviving clip. I covered that all day.
It's a sad day for
The amazing thing about that
America,
coverage, though, which I still remember, and I wish I still had the whole episode available, was because I remember watching the Trump speech right before it happened and being like, okay, he's clearly like out, like telling people to go riot. Surely something's going to happen here. And lo and behold, it did happen.
District attorney seems to be looking at is that former President Trump, through his
And people were still so
attorney, Michael
surprised.
Cohen,
I can't believe this.
paid hush money to the tune of $130,000 to Stormy Daniels in order to keep her quiet.
I really want to see MSNBC
in the waning
coverage
days
of
and the
this.
final days and the stretch run of the 2016.
You got any MSNBC live coverage? Here we got a Sorkin-esque, and literally Lawrence O'Donnell was in the West Wing. You know, if we want to hear a Sorkin-esque commentary from a real Jeff Newsroom type, you can see this comment from Lawrence O'Donnell.
News to cover in cases that could make Donald Trump a criminal defendant in Manhattan, Washington, D.C., and Atlanta. But tonight, let's begin with what you should not be worried about. It was a weekend.
I really
of
have no
high
idea, Hassan.
anxiety
Honestly, I
news
don't even know
for
if anything's going to
millions of
happen.
People concerned with the rule of law in this country, beginning with Donald Trump's social media posting on Saturday morning announcing that he was going to be arrested on Tuesday and charged with crimes for the first time in his life by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. In that social media announcement, Donald Trump called for protest. Now, of course, many heard echoes of Donald Trump's call for protest on January 6th when a Trump mob attacked the Capitol.
I'd love a
in
lib
Washington,
insurrection,
D.C.,
but they're totally cowed by the ideas that our
don't
institutions
worry.
still
Do not
work.
worry
For sure. I mean,
about
the idea
something
that you
like
would
that
go and try
happening
to
again in Manhattan.
upend any of these institutions,
So
like they
far, Donald Trump's
fetishize all these
call for
institutions.
protest has been
They complain
answered
about the
only
Supreme
by
Court. They
the New York
complain about all these things. But the idea of actually meaningfully changing or getting rid of any of these institutions in any way is completely foreign to them. It's completely alien to them.
by the reporters who were covering their
I actually have to work, so can someone message me on Snapchat if anything funny happens? Okay, we'll let you know. We'll ping you. We'll ping you if there's any excitement happening.
by a giant order.
The only reason I found out about January 6th was me and my wife discovered our Roku TV had live TV channels. And we were like, oh, what news channels do we have? And it was just like happening, and me and her stared slack-jawed for the next 5 hours. She was bugging while I was laughing. I mean, I'd been covering, like, I really started doing TRRS on the election, like during the Biden and Trump election.
10 times more police officers than all of the police officers.
And so we had been following it for weeks, and Trump was saying the election's been stolen, and we were looking at all the weird conservative influencers and all the QAnon people and everything that they were saying about it. So we were like really plugged into that, and it was clear that something was going to happen. That was the amazing thing about the fact that these people even made it into the building in the first place. And the thing that's always tickled my kind of conspiracy bone, is that an expression? Tickled the conspiracy portion of my brain anyways. The fact that despite the obvious reality that these people were going to attempt to do something on the day, with all the might of the United States security state, they somehow couldn't manage to keep these people out of the building. They were just overwhelmed. They were overwhelmed. Whereas we all know, as I've said many times, if like Antifa or trans people or BLM or whoever was doing a protest and openly talking online about how they're planning on storming the Capitol and overthrowing the government, we all know that they would be not approaching anywhere near the building. Like, the United States government has the ability to summon the proper security forces to ensure that that didn't happen. Overwhelmed by upper middle class chud boomers. It's exactly. And who knows why that is? Was it the intelligence types trying to do this kind of conservative honeypot to arrest all this money of these people as we can, to get something that they could stick Trump with? Was it the fact that these institutions are filled with like Trump supporters who want the government to be overthrown and agree with all this election theft stuff? Was it some combination of that? Was it ineptitude? Was that involved somehow as well? It's been fun to speculate on that over the last couple of years. It's definitely the idea that like these people made it into the building, though, has always been like, what is going on behind there? All of the above. I think that's kind of my takeaway. There's a bunch of different kind of like elements of the security state and the intelligence committee working behind the scenes. Some of them more reactionary, some of them like less so, and kind of all working against each other, and it just created this big fucking disaster. I think they thought 1/6 would end Trump's political career, and at first that's what it looked like was going to happen. And like someone mentioned a few minutes ago, it's just the idea of the level of sanctimony that we've seen about it, plus the lack of consequences, has been the most deranged thing about it. You have all these people that are so sanctimonious about it, and going through the whole like January 6 hearings and stuff, and then not really meaningfully taking that in any way, and only punishing the dumb saps that went along with it. And Trump himself and all the influencers and conservative media people that promoted it have no consequences whatsoever, or people in Congress or in the Supreme Court. Like I've been saying, like, if you're going to be so sanctimonious about January 6th, fucking go after Clarence Thomas. His wife is deeply implicated in all this stuff. You know, fucking get him out of there. Fire MTG and whatever other reactionary Congress people were supporting this shit. But they're so paralyzed by wanting to seem like they're not persecuting their political opponents that they just let all these powerful people completely skate away from any consequences. Trump himself is still running again. Even if this consequences come down for this indictment, he's still probably going to run again. You know, they've not been able to, as much as they want to, impeach him and get him with these kind of like in these legal scenarios, they're not going anywhere near far enough to actually do anything to prevent him from taking power again. And he still has a good chance of doing so. This is going to be almost as good as the January 6th stream. Well, I don't know. I mean, again, I just don't think that anything that crazy is going to happen. It would be very funny if it did. I don't want to entirely rule it out, but I don't think anything remotely as serious is going to happen.
And we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Yeah, I don't think
This is a
anything could
live
replicate
look
the
here
magic
at
of
West
January
Palm Beach,
6th.
Florida.
You would
That
have
is
to be
Donald
just,
Trump's plane
again,
there,
incredibly,
and we are waiting to see if we will have
like
any
almost brain
movement,
dead to
from Florida to
to see January 6th happen and be like, you know what, I need to get in on that action myself. I need to get in on some of that action.
In New York City, this is right outside of
No, the
Trump
NYPD is not
Tower.
going to
So
roll
we're
over like
keeping
the
an eye
Capitol Police. No.
on everything here for you regarding
Even
the
though
former
I'm sure there's many reactionaries in the NYPD that are on that agree with Trump also.
As well. So stay right here with us for continuing coverage of a possible indictment on the way there for the former president. Obviously,
Yeah, I don't think 1/6 was a nothing burger. I think my stance on January 6th has always been that it was like funny, first of all, and hilarious to watch it happen. I also didn't downplay it or think that it wasn't serious or anything. You know, it wasn't anything that like could have led to terrible things. I think if these like weirdos manage to get their hands on an actual powerful person, you know, and again, these are people that like want America to be more fascist than it is currently.
Nothing to do about their policy luncheon, but everything to do about the former president Donald Trump there. So let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox, always worldwide here for you.
No funky protest footage yet.
Well, the game plan is to show the country how we can make American energy better than anywhere else in the world and where the impediments are. It's clearly coming from the Biden administration that's holding our ability back. And so we're going to show the country next week in a full debate on the House floor, and everybody's going to be hopefully engaging in this debate where the country can see how we can have better policy that helps them. It's going to lower costs for families. We get rid of the natural gas tax. That's a $6 billion windfall to hardworking families. That's more money in their pockets.
I'm just going to get another beverage,
less that
folks.
they have to pay in their electricity bills. And so
I work about
families who
20
are
minutes from
struggling,
Mar-a-Lago.
the
I
good
keep
news is
stopping to
help
listen
is
for
on the
helicopters
way.
every time I hear
The
any
question is
noise
going to be, will
outside.
Democrats continue to stand in your way
man.
and take money out of your
I'm just going to go get something else to
pursue
drink
a
and an
radical
apple or
agenda?
something.
We're going to show
I'll
the
be right
country
back,
how to
all
do
right,
it better.
friends?
In the back.
I doubt you'll miss anything. Yeah, this is just like conservative dipshits talking. I'm just seeing if there's any actual like coverage of
the most disgusting witch hunt in the history of our country. It's gone on forever.
There we go.
Russia,
I'll be right back.
And Ukraine, and the Mueller hoax. It's an absolute disgrace what's going on. They even spied on my campaign. And remember this, with all of the work that they did on Mueller, no collusion. That's what the answer was all no collusion. Whether it's the Mar-a-Lago raid or the Unselect Committee hoax, the perfect Georgia phone call, it was absolutely perfect, or the Stormy Horseface Daniels extortion plot, they're all sick, and it's fake news. Our enemies are desperate to stop us because they know that we are the only ones who can stop them, and they know it very strongly, and they're looking at the polls where not me, but we are up by so much. They can't even believe it. We won twice, and now we've got to win a third time. They know that we can defeat them. They know that we will defeat them. But they're not coming after me. They're coming after you. I'm just standing in their way, and I always will stand in their way. Thank you very much. These 4 horrible, radical left Democrat investigations of your all-time favorite president, me, is just a continuation of the most disgusting witch hunt in the history of our country. It's gone on forever with Russia, and Ukraine, and the Mueller hoax. It's an absolute disgrace what's going on. They even spied on my campaign. And remember this, with all of the work that they did on Mueller.
To be fair, he is
no
in fact
collusion.
orange.
That's
It's
what
true.
the answer was was all no collusion. Whether it's the Mar-a-Lago raid or
Your
the
all-time
Unselect Committee
favorite
hoax,
president, me.
the perfect Georgia phone call, who was absolutely perfect, or the Stormy Horseface Daniels extortion plot.
Mean.
They're all sick, and it's
That's
fake
fucking
news.
mean.
Our enemies are desperate to stop us because they know
There's no need for
we are
that.
the only ones who can stop them, and they know it very strongly. And they're looking at the polls where, not me, but we are up by so much. They can't even believe it. We won twice, and now we've got to win a third time. They know that we can defeat them. They know that we will defeat them. But they're not coming after me. They're coming after you. I'm just standing in their way, and I always will stand in their way. Thank you very much. These four horrible,
It's the alarmingly
radical
pink skin around the
Democrat
eyes that get me, yeah.
investigations of your all-time favorite president, me, is just a continuation of the most disgusting witch hunt in the history
on
of
a
our
loop.
country. It's gone on forever with Russia, 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 and Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine.
It only takes about half of those senators to recognize that they can actually be a part of lowering energy costs, and that would get that bill on President Biden's desk. And look, I know a lot of people, rightfully so, are maybe questioning, well, can this even pass the Senate just because Chuck Schumer said no? Well, just go back.
I don't want to hear about their bullshit energy plan.
Initially, you had.
I would really like to tune in some kind of live MSNBC coverage. You know, MSNBC is going to be. I guess we can just keep watching Lawrence O'Donnell for a bit while I find something else to put on.
In Washington, D.C., including the Capitol Police. There are more police officers on duty in New York City routinely than the total number of police officers and military personnel.
It's funny doing the comparison of the number between like the Capitol Police and the NYPD, but like, fuck, they advertised January 6th for weeks in advance. You'd think maybe they had enough people somewhere that they could bring in there to ensure that the Capitol was protected, right? Oh, they only have this many police. The guy was literally on TV and on Twitter and wherever else for weeks saying the election's been stolen. We got to take the country back. January 6th, we got to go take the country back. All this stuff for weeks. You know? They probably should have maybe, if they really wanted to protect the Capitol building, just bring in a couple extra guys, I guess. I don't know. This is why they don't get me to plan these things. I don't know. Oh, thanks for this.
Personnel who
as is customary in New York, and he declined that invitation, as is also customary. But they did say,
Here we go.
but we have one witness we'd like to put in.
This is
to
the real
testify.
coverage that we want to see.
Based on what Mr. Costello said there to the reporters, I think it's fair to assume that what he did was to go after Michael Cohen to try to rebut his story and to try to create some lack of credibility.
There's multiple
about
videos
his
of cops
story
just
for
waving
the
them
grand
into
jury.
place.
I think
For
the
sure. And I
failure
remember
of
there
the
was that one clip of
prosecutors to
like
call Michael
seeing
Cohen in
like
rebuttal means that they did not
seeing
believe
these
that the
like
case was
riot
in any
gear
way,
cops just like leaving in a line and just like walking away from all the protesters. It was so bizarre. There's I think there's like 3 different conspiracies going on about that event.
So much that it was necessary to bring in Mr. Cohen to
I really do. There's so many different angles to that.
Sort of the big picture here. What are the possibilities, the possible outcomes here near term for Donald Trump?
Well, if he's indicted, I think it seems likely, Andrea, he's going to have to go before a judge, be arraigned.
You can count on me.
He's
You're
also
going to have
to
good
be
old Rob
processed.
to talk you through all
that
this.
requires photographs and fingerprints. So, those are all rather predictable and flow organically.
June
from
Song,
the
thanks for the
indictment.
10 months of Prime.
I want to touch
Thank
on
you.
one thing Barb said because she made a very important point. A grand jury's role here is more limited. They only need
Yes,
find
there is an actual grand jury
cause.
decision to be released today.
It's a
That is the
relatively
plan.
Low standard, and appropriately so. It's not the standard you need to
That is
convict
the
someone
plan.
at trial, which is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And here's why the government probably felt it didn't need to rebut everything Mr. Costello said in the grand jury about Mr. Cohen. Criminals often testify at the trial of other accused criminals. It happens all the time. If you want to know how a crime was committed, talk to a criminal, right? If you want to know how a library works, talk to a librarian. But the government won't build its case solely on the testimony of Michael Cohen. They have to corroborate him. How? With other witnesses, with other documents. And so you don't need to go into the grand jury and argue your entire case back and forth. As Barbara pointed out, the standard for indicting is only probable cause. Mr. Cohen, if he testifies at a trial, if there is a trial, will be attacked based on
part of the resistance, of course,
and his own criminal past. But what the government will do, and sensibly, and what they do in trials all over the country every day, is put on criminals to testify about crimes and then corroborate them.
And you meet Donald Trump ramping up his attacks, including some of the false claims that we're used to hearing. But this
is the kind of basic facts. Regardless of what you think about Trump, or whether you think this is a political decision, or whether you think other presidents deserve to be arrested as well for other even greater crimes, as I do, the facts of the matter is he did get his crooked lawyer to pay hush money to an adult film actress, using, I believe, campaign funds illegally.
Very strangely,
it's something along those lines. That is, regardless of what your feelings about any of this stuff are, that is still criminal behavior.
How does this play?
This whole thing of pretending that it's some political partisan thing, the radical Soros DA or whatever. I mean, none of that really changes the reality that this guy had his crooked lawyer pay off an adult film actress illegally, and did so probably using the typical mob boss language, but that actually explicitly saying, giving himself the wiggle room to pretend that he wasn't part of it. But I think they're wise to that kind of strategy now. So, is there any living U.S. president that doesn't deserve to be prosecuted? No. I saw some people say Jimmy Carter, and I agree that Jimmy Carter has probably had the most admirable post-presidency time. Regardless, though, sorry, Jimmy's got to go too. I know he's unhealthy as well, and he's very old, but sorry, Jimmy.
Supporters, that's part of the
you're going too.
They somehow see themselves in Donald Trump and say, well, when they are going,
Clinton absolutely deserves to be arrested.
For me, it might be my job or it might be my community. So that's sort of the sticking point there. It'll be very interesting to see how this impacts the nomination. The people that I'm talking to say this could possibly guarantee the nomination for Donald Trump, because you might have Republicans, even if it's that 35% that he needs, really become united against him. What that means for the general election, what that means for a potential President Biden re-election campaign is another big question here. But it's certainly just,
I think Jimmy Carter could be kind of like a last emperor of China type,
and the prosecution in you. It sort of just reminds you of what Donald Trump
who gets rehabilitated, and then he's just like a normal guy. He could get a job in a library or whatever. I think he would be the one that would maybe get that kind of treatment.
A DA, to an elected district attorney, and requesting, shall we say, not subpoenaing, but requesting that he come. Trying to influence or question a DA in the middle of a prosecution.
Andrea, it's incredibly inappropriate. It is, I think, an abuse of power. There are ways to hold prosecutors accountable when they bring cases that are meritless. We don't know about the merits of this case yet because it hasn't been filed. But the court will do that. If a jury finds him not guilty, if there is no evidence, if there's a belief that this is frivolous, there are ways to discipline a prosecutor for doing that. The way not to do it is to have the legislature try to intervene.
Don't mind me, folks.
I think it is a separation of powers issue. I am sure that Alvin Bragg will decline.
I heard they're also going to double arrest Xi and Putin in Moscow tonight.
That is the likely result. And so then the members of Congress...
That would be a real bonanza for our liberal friends, wouldn't it?
He won't even come in to answer our questions. And so I think it's abusive. I think it's overstepping the role of a prosecutor.
I'd certainly like to see them try.
Prosecutors accountable.
And Chuck, there's still a possibility that they could call Michael Cohen as a rebuttal witness to the rebuttal witness on Wednesday when they're back. They could call other witnesses. We don't know what Alvin Bragg is doing.
We don't know, and properly so. We don't know because they're going to do their speaking in court, which is where prosecutors ought to do their speaking.
So I'm going to turn off the MSNBC coverage because I don't know if I'm allowed to watch it. I don't know if I'm allowed to watch it. I don't want to get in trouble. So let me go back to whatever this is.
Problems. So this Congress is off to a really good start. We're working hard on addressing all the problems that families are facing and following through on the promises we made in the commitment to America. So there's been a lot of really good work done. There's been a lot of big successes, and the best is yet to come. So y'all stay tuned. We'll see y'all soon.
I didn't get very far on trying to get Corbyn on the stream, in all honesty, Hassan, but I would still like something I would still be very interested in doing.
Live look right here of West Palm Beach, Florida, there as we continue to see if we'll have any action coming from Donald Trump's plane today. Will we see it moving towards New York City ahead of a possible Trump indictment? We'll keep an eye on everything for you right here. I'm live now from Fox. We're actually going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to take you out to Utah, where actress Gwyneth Paltrow is starting her trial there, accused of hitting a skier in an accident. She is countersuing, saying that she was hit in the accident back in 2016. We'll break it all down for you right here. Coming up next.
The trial everyone's talking about. The trial absolutely everyone's talking about. The Gwyneth Paltrow trial.
Inquiry as well. So this could be the first of multiple criminal.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The United Nations warns in a new report the world's on pace to blow past a critical global heating.
So I'm just trying to find some
international boundaries to invade another.
We can just have some news on in the background on mute. CBC seems like a good compromise. Bernie UK interviews were great. I think, like I saw when he was kind of defending Corbyn, I thought that was pretty good. Although I kind of wish he had defended him a little more forcefully. She always looks cozy. I really want to talk about this. I just don't want to get into some discussion about the Xi-Putin meeting and the whole stuff about China foreign policy and ending these conflicts. I don't want to start serious discourse on that and then get pulled back into other stuff. So I'm trying to hold off till tomorrow to really talk about this. We can really take the time to focus on it, even though more Trump craziness might be going on tomorrow. He is in an orange jumpsuit. No, he's not. No, not so far. We do not have him yet, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not have him. Not yet. We did have some official legal coverage. Here's briefly, here's the clip I was talking about before, or the quote from Melanie Joly. China peace talks in Moscow will prolong Ukraine war. These people who prolonging the war has been their only strategy from moment one. Like provoking the war was strategy number one. And then once it was successfully provoked, it was prolonging it for as long as possible with arms sales and weapons transfers and training and just funding this proxy war. And then suggesting that trying to go and have peace talks or outlining this specific detailed plan for how to resolve the conflict, that's what's going to prolong it. You know, these people are just sickos. Absolute sickos. So still nothing crazy going on. Prolong, these ghouls are pushing disinfo about some ultimate victory, which is pure fantasy. Well, ironic, like here's my understanding of it. I mean, we might as well, since it's going on, we might as well at least talk about it a little, right? We'll hopefully spend more time to like specifically focus on it tomorrow though, and elsewhere throughout the week. Like they're what the imperialist countries are saying, like what America and Canada and the countries that have been like prolonging this thing for the last year, what they're saying basically is that any idea of territory changing hands in this settlement is a non-starter. So automatically that's a position that's a non-starter. The idea that Russia is going to just go, okay, well, we're just going to give back this territory that we just spent the last year taking here. Like that's just not going to happen. Like it's complete folly. It's complete foolishness to believe that that's even a remote possibility, let alone like Crimea. They're talking about they're going to give back Crimea. That's not happening. That is not ever happening. So that seems to be where the two sides are coming from. You have the West basically saying like, no concessions whatsoever, which is what a fucking war is, unfortunately. No concessions whatsoever to end the conflict. Only more fighting, only more arms sales. Fight until the Russian horde is removed from the east and retreats humiliated and leaves Crimea. And this is just fantasy. It's just fantasy land that they live in. So now you have China coming in trying to make this peace deal, which obviously involves territory changing hands, as any peace deal would in this situation. And people are saying, no, that's a non-starter. It's a non-starter. My serious question is, like for the Ukrainian nationalists and their Western backers or anyone else that's watching, if you have gotten caught up in this and you want to defend Ukraine and all this stuff, I genuinely don't get why they even care about these eastern regions so much in the first place. These eastern regions, which are filled with ethnic Russians, who these Ukrainian nationalists don't like and don't want to be part of their country or their kind of fake nationality that they've invented. Like, what's the fucking big deal? Why don't you just let them leave? They've been waging this civil war in the East for the last 10 years. We've been pumping arms into this civil war for the last 10 years, trying to escalate this situation to what it became. Why? Like, they don't even want these people in their country. They don't like these people. They don't want them part of their country or their nationality. Why are they fighting so hard over this? Let alone the people that live in Ukraine, but the people in like Canada and the US that have gotten so caught up in this. No, there must never be any concessions. These eastern Ukrainian territories that I heard of last week can never go into Russian hands, or else it's the end of the world, literally. You know? It's fucking bizarre. Like, they've been bombing these people for the last 10 years. The Kiev regime, backed by America and Canada, they've been bombing these people in these regions for the last 10 years. And not just Russian proxies, but like families and women and children and civilians. They've been bombing these people for 10 years with our help. And now the idea that like, no, we must hold on to these regions to be continue as part of our country. You know, it makes no sense to me. Zelensky did say he wants to meet with Xi. Sadly, I'm not sure the U.S. will allow it. Well, that's the amazing thing, right? It's like China is trying to put a deal on the table. Even Zelensky is saying like, yeah, let's listen to what they have to say. And America saying like, no. We didn't, there's someone you forgot to ask. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? We say no, and Canada says no. We got to sell these guns. That's right. But what if I told you that Russia does bad stuff too? Will that make it okay? That's really just the conversation terminating epithet. Poodler bad. It's where all the resources are. I mean, it could be as simple as that. I don't know. Zelensky wanted to hang out with Xi, but Daddy Brandon said it's a weekday and he has to finish his homework and go to bed, unfortunately. You'll take more weapons sales and you will like it. Take your weapons sales and go to bed. Go to your room. If she pulls it off, then fuck, it's all over for Joe. I mean, and again, it's not just she. I mean, she is like the head of the team, but it's like it's the CPC. But absolutely, I mean, you see in a global scale what the different priorities are for the West and for China and this kind of new multilateral world order that's developing. You have more endless proxy wars in Yemen, in Syria, in Ukraine, or you have China trying to lead the way, not only building infrastructure all around the world, in Africa, in the Middle East, and elsewhere in the Middle East and Latin America, all over the world. You have them then going into these situations and trying to end these conflicts rather than continuing to promote them and continuing to support them and pump arms into them. In Syria, in Ukraine, and in Yemen. So we're seeing these two different value systems and these two different approaches to foreign policy going against each other on this global stage. And I think we should all be aware of who's advocating for what. How do you think Donald would have handled Ukraine? Well, I mean, he continued to arm and fund these proxies the whole time. It's not like he did anything to that, as much as these libs, because they used Russia against him so much, he became, I think, much more willing to continue the same hostility and tension towards Russia, regardless of whatever personal relationship he has with Putin. He continued to arm and fund these Ukrainians during that time. He sanctioned Russia and Iran because they proposed these sanctions to own Trump, because like he'll never sanction Russia. We'll propose these new sanctions, and he did. So I don't think much would have been different. I don't know if he would have prevented anything from happening. Is the Cheeto still free? That's right. He's in jail now. They got him. And if she doesn't pull it off, China's demonstrated that they've exhausted all avenues before shit gets even more real. Yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at it. And not that that's going to buy them any credibility in our media, in Canada or the US, but I think everyone around the world sees the dynamic, right? Everyone around the rest of the world, especially the developing world, the global south, sees this dynamic on full display. It's always wild when people think that anything foreign policy-wise is going to be different no matter who's elected. For sure. And I think the reason that the establishment was so against Trump was because they thought he was maybe a genuine threat to that. You know, he was talking about defunding NATO. He was talking about doing all these things just to make people mad, but I don't think ever had any intention of actually doing that. But that's what really spooked them. You know, they didn't hate Trump because he's mean or because he says mean things, or because he's a slime ball or a fucking sexual predator or whatever it is. You know, they really freaked out and they tried to undermine him at every step, because he did, at least in some of the rhetoric that he used, seem like a possible threat to the kind of security state. But that was always just like bullshit, self-aggrandizement from Trump. You know, he never had any intention of actually going against these people. Yeah, they felt their decades-long project was under threat, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, no, Hassan, we saw that segment, actually, of the Ukrainian refugees in the UK complaining about all the immigrants. Fucking amazing. She crashed. So Gwyneth Paltrow, from what I'm inferring from this, crashed into another skier in Utah in 2016, got sued by them, and then countersued.
On whether or not former
Very
President
messy.
Donald Trump will be indicted.
Plus, the son of convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh is speaking out against what he says are baseless rumors surrounding the death of a former classmate and friend. You're streaming CBS News.
An original documentary from CBS reports. Controversial Congressman George Santos.
Why won't you answer our questions?
How did he manage to get elected?
Thank you very much, and God bless you, and God bless the USA.
George Santos' campaign was a campaign of deceit, lies, fabrication.
And who is he, really?
I knew him as Anthony Dvoldar from Queens.
Really, who he is, he's a fraud.
I compare him to the Tinder swindler.
From people who know him, the truth, the facts, the lies.
He would say that he was worth $100 million.
It's an incredibly cynical episode in American politics, beyond satire.
Had you ever seen anything like this?
No, and I hope I never see it again.
Campaign of deceit.
TRRS hoodie on in office. No HR memo yet. Very nice.
She dazzled on the court and
Very nice. That's why it makes it subversive, is that you can
tennis superstar and entrepreneur Serena Williams.
wear this stuff in public and it's just subtle enough that you can get away with it. By the way, folks, this is real.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
If you, it's one of the rare days that I'm not wearing TRRS merch, but if you do want to buy merch for TRRS, we got some really great designs. And right now, for the rest of the day, at least, there is a specific sale going on. Sometimes I joke about this kind of stuff, but this is actually real. If you want to buy merch and get a 30% discount, you can do so by clicking on the link, the TeePublic link, and buying merch and using the code
If you don't talk about something, it doesn't go away.
TRRS30. And you can get a 30% discount on TRRS merch. And we have some really great designs and really cool stuff that I often wear as part of my regular wardrobe.
CBS Reports documentary streaming now.
It looks really cool. It's another way of supporting this program, and you can get 30% off by using the code TRRS. TRRS30.
Supreme Court justices.
And again, this is not a drill. This is a real thing. I really do have a code here.
Calls to fix the court tend to go along with the politics of the moment.
Republican-appointed justices have all tended to go in one direction, with the Democratic-appointed.
If you're not careful, it could sell out. That's true. And I will also just say as well that if you enjoy this coverage, folks, I got to make I got to pause a little bit briefly throughout the day to remind people to please subscribe to TRRS as well. Join the community, get the emotes, join Twitch's only two-dimensional triangle-shaped friendship access and trickle-down clout tiered reward system. Become an elite member by gifting 5 or more subs. It's life-changing. It's not a cult or a pyramid scheme. None of that stuff. Or a psyop.
And I'm Lilia Luciano. Here's a quick recap of the stories we're following right now. More torrential rain is on the way to California as the weather system known as an atmospheric river.
It's the only Enver Hoxha emote on this platform. That's right. Take it from valued community member Party 69. One of the elite members you will have access to if you also become a member of the TRRS community. Spank that slub button and join the trickle drip clout friend wrangle dangle triangle not cult friend zone.
New fencing and
That's right.
officers have been put in place as a precaution. The grand jury investigating the president is scheduled to meet again.
All of his recommendations are both legal and normal. Exactly.
Congressional correspondent Scott McFarland joins us now. Scott, how does the way the Capitol is now scanning for credible threats compare to that period of time before January 6th, from which we've all learned so much?
It would be so funny if the Capitol got stormed again. Imagine that.
Police here will tell you it's far less likely they're going to get caught flat-footed again, based on the unprecedented damage and the number of injuries sustained here on January 6th. There is
How do you get caught flat-footed when the people that are doing the riot are openly talking about doing the riot for weeks? That's my question.
Reviewed and improved their intelligence sharing, their
Oh
training,
yeah, Brian.
the preparations of their civil disturbance unit. And I'll note this, it's not a trivial fact. There is a whole new slate of leadership in law enforcement here at the U.S. Capitol. A new
It's
House
tethered to the
Sergeant at
dinar,
Arms, a
that's
new
right.
Senate Sergeant at Arms, a new new chief of the U.S. Capitol Police. They cleaned house after January 6, 2021, with a mandate to be more prepared for future risks.
Got a bunch more money
threats.
too. Good
Those
for them.
bike rack
They needed
barriers
it.
you showed a few moments ago have been re-erected around the perimeter of the Capitol complex, but there's a better sense
Look at
of
them.
readiness for future threats and future
I
violence.
fell.
Scott, let's shift gears to talk about another major headline coming out of the Capitol there. A top Democrat investigating the hack of the D.C. health insurance data system told CBS News that the personal information of at least 17 current or former members of Congress has actually been exposed. What more have you learned?
A threat of a different kind, a threat that sensitive, personally identifiable information has not only been breached and hacked, but has been put up for sale on the dark web. Our CBS News reporting shows at least 17 current or former members of Congress might have had their information exposed. That's according to the top Democrat on the House Committee on Administration. Overall, this breach of the D.C. Health Link, this system the District of Columbia has to offer health insurance to its residents, might have exposed 56,000 plus people to having their personally identifiable information exposed. And what does that include? Social security numbers, birthdays, home addresses, which is not unimportant to the people of Capitol Hill who are facing an increasing number of physical threats.
Right.
Their emails, their phone numbers. There's an identity theft risk here, and it involves elected members of the U.S. Congress.
So, Scott, because of that breach, now the D.C. Health Benefit Exchange is facing a lawsuit. Can you tell us what more is in that lawsuit, and are the members of Congress involved?
Our CBS News reporting is that a federal class action lawsuit has been filed against the D.C. Health Benefit Exchange, seeking any number of issues of relief, including
Any pacemaker
an effort to
passwords
ensure
released.
this type of breach doesn't happen again, and that there's some protection put in place.
It would be interesting to know strictly for research purposes.
This class action suit is seeking participants, seeking members. Spoke with a defense attorney who's behind this suit, who says he hasn't done specific outreach to members of Congress to join the class, but that he would welcome anybody impacted from joining this class action suit. Federal suit filed just down the road in the D.C. federal courthouse. Likely will take months or years to navigate through, but it gives you a sense, Lillian and Lana, of the scope and size of this issue.
I mean, do you have an idea of just the extent of it at this point?
At a minimum, they're saying 56,000 people or so here in the District of Columbia had their information exposed. But
One of these old
top
grandpas or
Democrat on the House
grandmas probably
Administration
got
Committee,
fished
Phil Morelli
again.
of
Some
New
like
York told us was
gave their
the
email
17
password to some
members of
like
Congress who had their
scammer
information
somewhere.
Exposed is a floor, not a ceiling.
The
That
fucking
number
brilliant
could
people.
increase.
Remember
It
that?
doesn't
That's the
count,
funniest thing
Lillian
about the whole
Lana,
Hillary
the
thing and
hundreds of
Podesta
hardworking
and the whole Hillary
staffers here on
emails and all that
Capitol Hill
shit.
who are part of this as
It was
well.
literally John Podesta. Like this is their how tight their security is. You have John Podesta being like going on like some like online survey, giving all his information to some fucking obviously fake phishing thing. Great job. Totally fucks up the whole course of history.
Stephen Smith died on a road near
The Prince of
Murdoch
Zamunda,
family
that's
home
right,
in
yeah.
2015. Police said the South Carolina teen was hit by a car, but Smith's family believes.
Does Congress have an HR person? I just saw an email from Joe B at thepresident.com. For sure. I think that's how you can get these people. Nuclear war started because Biger Dick Pill FR33. Yeah. America's not sending their best. You know? They're really not. So far, nothing going on. It's all stall tactics on the news. It's going to be a real letdown if this is just turning into just, if the end of the day is just like, maybe there'll be something tomorrow. We don't know. That's maybe the one possibly disappointing outcome. I still believe we're going to see something funny. I believe fervently that we're going to see something funny today. If we could hold off coup round 2 Electric Boogaloo until 4:45 Eastern, I would appreciate. I'm definitely not going to be still around at 4:45 Eastern, Brian, but I genuinely don't think we're going to see anything that crazy. I really, really doubt. It would be fucking hilarious if it did, but like, again, January 6th, there was weeks of not just Trump, but all conservative influencers promoting it. They were bussing people there. Like, this has been a few all caps tweets from Trump, and literally like most of the conservative establishment being like, do not do anything. Do not riot. In fact, let's look at like what some of these folks have been saying. Like, let's see what Charlie Kirk is saying here. Trump is the bodyguard of Western civilization. Jeez, what a sad individual. He's live right now. Let's see what he's saying.
Listen to the entire segment. It's a long segment. He went in and he has the emails and the texts and the phone calls, and he has a sworn waiving of attorney-client privilege, which I don't know why Michael Cohen signed. That's just really bizarre and strange. He's all over the place.
You know, looking at this guy, it's really just not hard to see why he's become such a big presence.
You can't trust this guy. You can't build a case on this. So the entire case is basically built on Michael Cohen saying Donald Trump had an affair, allegedly, with Stormy Daniels, and then he wanted to pay hush money payment, which is not illegal, by the way. You might find hush money payment reprehensible. You might not like it. Unfortunately, it's done a lot in politics.
So he didn't do it, but it's not illegal, even if he did. And it's cool, also.
It's part of life, and it's not illegal. It's not illegal.
It's not illegal if you illegally use campaign funds, though, Charlie. It is.
All of this information here that contradicts Michael Cohen. And now
it's so hard to believe that Trump got his shady fucking lawyer to do a shady deal and pay this adult film actress to not talk about him. It's really so hard to believe.
I actually think Trump pulled on a very smart public relations lifeline over the weekend. Donald Trump realized that they were circling the vultures. And so Donald Trump had a choice.
Does that mean he actually did it the way they're all pivoting to? It wasn't illegal, actually. Of course he did it.
He has with all these DAs stuff.
I mean, that's the thing. Like that to me seems clear.
He could call the bluff.
Again, like I said, I'm sure that whatever Trump told Michael Cohen was disguised in this like movie mob boss, like it would be a damn shame if something happened, kind of plausible deniability. But that's not a real legal argument for not having done it. And even if we're talking, it's not just about bribing someone or paying someone to shut up. It's about where that money came from that makes it legal or not illegal.
Grand jury situation with his lawyers. So he said, the last thing I have to preserve my name and my reputation, and the reputation of his supporters, because he's a representation of
the funniest thing about it is when all that shit came out, it didn't even really hurt him. He didn't even have to pay Stormy Daniels to say anything. Trump was correct. One of the truest things he ever actually said when he was like, I could go shoot someone in the middle of Fifth Avenue and people would still love me. He was absolutely correct. He could have come out during his campaign and be like, by the way, I had an affair with this adult actress and, whatever. It happened. It's finished now. I don't care. And people would have been like, yes, sir. They wouldn't care.
It's a typical Donald J. Trump play.
Playbook. They wouldn't
Figure
care.
out how you're going to muddy the water as best as you possibly can. Denigrate the person, disparage them. The district attorney has the documentation in order.
And then liberals turn this like obviously crooked lawyer into some big fucking hero.
And to basically dispel anything that Bob Costello has to say, which is probably, again, why they didn't need me for rebuttal.
So he's arguing that this is all a tactic. This is all just a tactic. And in some ways, he might be right. It's Donald Trump pushing back against kind of the public relations narrative. But I want to ask a very important question, which is there a kind of a get Trump war room that exists? Is there a war room where there's kind of a central nervous system, if you will, where they're going through the different ways that they can go after Trump? And this is something that Jim Jordan wants to find out.
His shelf doesn't look like
Has
mine.
Alvin Bragg communicated with the Biden
I kind of like that lighting, though. That's kind of cool.
Has Alvin Bragg been
Oh,
talking
he's got the bust as well.
to other
I like the
outside
anti-Charlie
district
Kirk, though.
attorneys? Are other people influencing him?
And in fact, one time I did own Charlie Kirk in a debate
Trying to get people to do another
in the
January
marketplace
6th.
of ideas.
Now, the Justice
He
Department is gonna
DM'd
have
me
to
out of
hire more
nowhere,
people to prosecute him.
and we had an
These
argument about
people
Canadian
are
health care.
bloodthirsty. Their meaning is to try to get that picture of him being perp walked. That is their goal.
And I have a normal proportioned face. Thank you.
On MSNBC.
Thank you, Johnny.
Stormy Daniels just came out and she said she'll dance in the streets. No one wants to see that. If Donald Trump gets indicted and arrested. Play cut 31.
So Willie, it's interesting. So the arrests keep coming for January 6th.
Yeah.
Went toe to toe and lived to tell the tale. That's right.
Another January 6th today or tomorrow. The Justice Department's going to have to get a bigger boat, or at least hire more attorneys if they do it.
Joe Scarborough represents a petty.
Did he say Canadian statistics too? No, he was like, I got this friend that
the media
had a
has
broken leg, and they just they told him to just go home and walk it off or something like that.
I want to go to cut 11. Trump's attorney makes the argument that if there was a crime, it's extortion and Trump is the victim. Play cut 11.
The only potential crime here, Mark, is that Donald Trump was an extortion victim. When someone says, give me money or I'm going to tell
It is
a
funny.
nasty story
I
about
mean,
you,
it's pointless pointing out the hypocrisy of these people, but it is genuinely very funny that they pretend to be the party of like family values. We love these family values, and we're against these groomers and pedos and trans people and whatever. And their big fucking hero is just this freak, sex criminal, disgusting pig.
subject to a grand jury investigation.
And they're all implicated in all these bizarre scandals and fucked up shit themselves.
Historic what we're seeing here. And it's been very telling. I've been texting with some establishment Republicans. If you're fired up about this, by the way, you should be super fired up about it. Most Republican establishment folks I talk to are not fired up about this. You know, I had a couple phone calls yesterday with people that are kind of more on the establishment side, and we get along well. I said, what do you think about this? And somebody said, well, Charlie, and this is a top kind of Republican donor type, establishment donor guy, and we don't see eye to eye in a lot of stuff, but we're still on good terms.
How many viewers does Charlie have?
I know you're not going to like me saying this, but I hope he goes to jail. It'd be good for the conservative movement. He said, I'm done with him. That is an attitude of a lot of Republicans, certainly not in this audience and not with you. But I sure hope you understand that there is a uniparty push for this. There is a demand in Washington, D.C. Almost like just get him out of the picture.
I should have more viewers than Charlie.
What they're really saying is get those Trump people out of the picture. Get you out of the picture. That you're finally engaged. That you're finally involved. And isn't it curious that
I'm totally on the different page from these Republican donor types. That's right.
The Republican Party is the one that they want to get rid of the most. And it was very telling. And I will see in the next couple days, you know, I'm heading to a couple cities. I'm going to Columbus and I'm going somewhere in Florida that definitely has a fair amount of kind of ruling class Republicans. And again, you don't have to agree on everything in life. You can get along on certain things. I'll listen and hear them out. But I'm a little shocked. No, I shouldn't even say that. I'm a little surprised. Shocked is too strong. at how many Republicans who know that this is wrong happening to Trump, they're kind of like shrugging their shoulders and they say, yeah, it's wrong. Yeah, it's an overreach, but I really don't like him. It's very telling. Goes to show the poison that has infected the Republican Party. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. I'm going to tell you guys about relieffactor.com, 100% drug-free Relief Factor, knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain.
Of course he's doing ads for joint pain medication. For his audience of like 75-year-olds while pretending to be like the voice of the youth movement. A lot of young Zoomers. They're a big market for those young Zoomers with all that joint medication and back pain and knee pain, knee arthritis, herbal pills. How is it overreach? He definitely did that shit. I mean, I don't think there's any denying that. I don't think there is any denying that at all.
Here in New York City in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office ahead of a possible criminal indictment of former
Here's
President
MSNBC
Donald
earlier.
Trump.
I'm just going to go put on my hot water for my daily noodles. Okay, I'll be right back.
For modest protests in support of the former president
Wanted
today
to quickly plug
around
Pepsi
Trump
Nitro
Tower
Vanilla.
and the DA.
You know, I've never tried Pepsi Nitro. I prefer diet soda beverages, and I don't think they have a diet version. I am definitely intrigued to try it, though. I've been very intrigued to try it. I've seen... It seems kind of interesting. It seems like an interesting product to me.
Business records in connection with a hush money payment
Little Bubbles.
allegedly made to porn star
I do really want to try it.
2016 to keep her quiet about an affair she says the two had
I'll be right
a decade
back.
earlier. Trump denies the affair and any wrongdoing. Sources say tomorrow is the earliest we could see an indictment. That's
I'm a
when
Diet
the grand
Coke man.
jury in the case reconvenes. Yesterday, the jury heard from Trump ally Robert Costello, an attorney who previously advised Trump's own one-time lawyer, Michael Cohen. Cohen, prosecutor's star witness in the case, was also brought in yesterday to be on standby as a possible rebuttal witness for Costello's testimony. But that rebuttal was never needed, even after Costello spent more than 2 hours trying to discredit Cohen before the grand jury. After his testimony, Costello, who also has represented the likes of Rudy Giuliani and Steve Bannon, told reporters he has no agenda except exposing the truth. Cohen later responded in an interview with MSNBC's Ari Melber.
Did Rudy urge you to do this?
No, I'm the one who decided to do this. A lot of people cautioned me against it because I had nothing to gain. The only thing I'm doing is trying to tell the truth to the grand jurors because I read all these lies in the media that are being promoted by one side.
It's a typical Donald J. Trump play out of the playbook. Figure out how you're going to muddy the water as best as you possibly can. Denigrate the person, disparage them. The district attorney has the documentation in order to validate every single statement that I've made and to basically dispel anything that Bob Costello has to say, which is probably, again, why they didn't need me for rebuttal.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump continues to lash out at Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg in posts on his social media platform. The latest, a campaign-style attack ad, which repeats his most common claims about Bragg.
I'm the only thing standing between the American dream and total anarchy, madness, and chaos. And that's what it is. I'm representing you. I'm just here. Always remember, they are coming after me because I am fighting for you. That's what's happening.
Ominous music and everything. In another post yesterday, the former president accused Bragg of breaking the law, writing that the DA should be held accountable for, quote, interference in a presidential election. So, Secretary Johnson, we can come back to that in a minute. I want to go back to the security question, though, something you would be familiar with as head of Homeland Security. What do you suspect is going on behind the scenes right now with the New York Police Department, Homeland Security, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody else?
Well, first, it would appear from everything we see and hear that if there's to be a court appearance by Mr. Trump, it'll probably be later this week at the earliest, possibly into next week. The grand jury is apparently still hearing testimony. They heard testimony from a witness yesterday. My recollection of grand jury practice is once all the evidence is in, the prosecutor gives the grand jurors some sort of instruction on the law. They then have to vote on the indictment. The indictment has to be handed down. And behind the scenes now, I'm quite sure, is a five-way negotiation between Donald Trump's lawyers, his Secret Service detail, the DA's office, the court officers who are responsible for the security of 100 Center Street, and the NYPD. The NYPD, I suspect, is sort of leading the discussions about where the appearance will occur, when it will occur, will there be photographers, will there be press, so forth and so on. But that's a five-way negotiation, and I have a lot of confidence in the NYPD. The NYPD, the court officers, are used to high-profile court appearances at 100 Center Street. None like this, however. This will be unprecedented, clearly. But the NYPD knows how to...
Folks, I got some breaking news. Are you ready for this? Oh my God, this is exciting. Are you ready for this highly exclusive breaking news? Oh, look at this. We got him. We got him. Look at that. Look at these extremely real photographs that I can reveal for the first time. That I can exclusively reveal here. These very real images. Show me the fingers. We just zoom in on the fingers. It is really so like uniquely dystopian that's like how it's like the fucking thing. This is how we determine whether things are real now, and we see images and we want to know if they're real. Check the fingers. You got to do the test. Check the fingers. This one is a lot worse. This one is a lot worse. Like, what is this? What is this? What's going on there? Was he being arrested by like the fucking T-1000 or something? I had you there for a moment, didn't I, folks? I had you there for a brief moment. I did. I'll be right back.
Read social media, gather intelligence, anticipate crowd size, anticipate what level of security will be.
He's being arrested by the thing
around 100 Center Street, assuming that's where this actually takes place.
They're already setting up.
Can you get your hand off my penis?
It seems that on January
what is the
6th,
charge? Eating a meal?
Washington,
a Chinese meal?
Police Department, the city of Washington.
I see that you know your judo well.
Police, they were all caught off guard. I think most of us that have spent some time in New York City can attest to the fact that you don't sneak up on the NYPD. They got this, right? So if you come into New York City, we're going to hide the guns right across the bridge, and then we're going to get the guns and bring them over to... Don't do that, because that's just going to have real bad for you.
Implications.
This ain't like leave the guns in Arlington and come to the Cap. It's just not. You're in you're in New York and you're dealing with the NYPD, so lots of luck there, fella.
We start this hour in New York City and the Manhattan District Attorney's Office ahead of a possible criminal indictment of former President Donald Trump. Sources tell NBC News that law enforcement is bracing for modest protests in support of the former president today around Trump Tower and the DA's office. Yesterday, a handful of supporters responded to Trump's calls for mass protests over the weekend to, quote, take our nation back. Those came as prosecutors are reportedly zeroing in on a charge of falsifying business records in connection with a hush money payment
Daisy.
Trump allegedly made to adult film star Stormy Daniels.
He's freaking
in
orange,
2016
folks.
To keep
He's orange.
the porn star quiet about an affair she says the two had a decade ago, earlier than that. Trump denies the affair and any wrongdoing. Sources say tomorrow is the earliest we could see an indictment. That's when the grand
Imagine if
jury
there was a
in the
bloody
case
pitched
reconvenes.
battle between NYPD
Yesterday,
and
the
random
jury
hog
heard from
cadres.
Trump ally Robert Costello,
It
an
would be pretty
attorney
wonderful.
who previously advised Trump's own one-time lawyer.
It would be pretty wonderful.
Michael Cohen. Cohen, prosecutor's star witness in the case, was also brought in yesterday to be on standby as a possible rebuttal witness for Costello's testimony. But that.
What else do we got here? Anything new?
The strength of the nation's banking system. For streaming CBS News.
Looks like just commercials. What else do we got here?
We're going to bring in former Georgia Congressman Doug Collins, former ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee. Thanks for being with us this morning.
The funniest part of this is that they had sex once, getting arrested for having like 4 minutes of the worst sex of all time. Not ideal. It is not ideal, isn't it? What is this now? What's going on here?
So nothing is set in stone, obviously, until it happens. But if it does happen, where do we go from there? Because we've not seen something like this before, if it does happen.
Well, it's scary where we go from, because, I mean, this is a case that it seems like as the cat with 9 lives. It just keeps appearing. It keeps getting put off. The Department of Justice didn't want to touch it. Even Alvin Bragg's office didn't do anything with it. And then all of a sudden they keep bringing it back up. Again, unprecedented is really the proper word. It's just never happened before. But also look at the issue here.
I don't want to talk about it, Bleep
Lord.
Lord.
Along with this case.
I do not want to talk or speculate on it.
It smells of political motivation.
Actually, that's not true. I have
Look at how they're
speculated on it
preparing,
before.
quote, to take, and we've seen this as a misdemeanor charge, maybe a small trumped-up felony charge. But you got to look at the preparation that they're making for a court appearance if he's indicted. I think, to me, this is more about, unfortunately, going after Donald Trump than it is about the issue at hand.
A Wall Street Journal editorial board laying out the consequences of a potential indictment. Quote, Mr. Bragg may indict a former president for the first time.
Here's me. You want me to sincerely answer that question? Well, look, let's go to our correspondent, Rob from 2015. Look at this. Nailed his ass. Nailed his ass. And Trump had to immediately drop out of the presidential race when I tweeted this back in 2015. I think this was after his announcement, June 16th, 2015. I can't remember the exact date or what I was responding to at the time. Listen, some people became Trump reply guys when it was cool, okay? Your Johnny come latelys, your Jeff Tiedricks, you know, or what have you. Your Sarah Coopers, you got Netflix deals and whatever, your Brooklyn dad defiance. When these people were just fucking, I don't know what they were doing. I was in the trenches on Twitter being a reply guy to Donald Trump 10 years ago. 10 years ago, before it was cool or popular to do so. I've been in the trenches on this for years. I did see this image of Barron Trump. I think Barron Trump is going to be some kind of like post-apocalyptic like deity. Look at this guy. He is really tall as shit, isn't he? He's extremely tall. And he's starting to get the hair and everything too. Yeah, this is real. They put too much royal adrenochrome in the cloning vat. Exactly. A freakishly tall Trump with regular-sized hands. Unbeatable. That's right. The Democrats will have no answer for that. You'll have like Hillary walking around on stilts. They're just going to make the national deficit tall as she like falls into a bush. Those are big mitts. I don't know. They got to watch out for this one. Definitely watch out for this one, you know?
About security after prompts or President Trump communicating with his followers and his base and concerns over protests. What are you seeing? How are officials preparing?
So there's a huge security apparatus here, but in terms of protesters, there's maybe a dozen or two protesters in support of Trump, maybe a few more against Trump. There's a large crowd of people who are kind of, it looks like, drawn to the spectacle, but it's really not that big of a show of protest just yet. That said, you can tell the signs are all around that the police have prepared for very large crowds.
Well, Graham, the grand jury is believed to be off today, which we mentioned, but I'm wondering what we were able to learn from yesterday's testimony.
Sad. You got to bring all your guys.
The one witness who was called yesterday, it was Robert Costello, who is a lawyer who's a former legal advisor to Michael Cohen, and again, Cohen is the kind of key witness against Trump in this. And what he said,
I picture him surrounded by iPads playing a dozen different Minecraft games, blindfolded.
Cohen is out for revenge against former President Donald Trump. And of course, then we heard from Michael Cohen, who said that Costello doesn't have all the facts, that his allegations against Trump and that the DA's allegations potentially against Trump are supported by documents.
And Graham, I mean, are there any hints as to where the grand jury stands on indicting the former president? This, of course, following what you were just talking about, what you could gather from yesterday's hearing.
Maybe not the grand jury itself, which again is composed of 23 just regular New Yorkers, but the fact that it's gotten to this point where they've invited former President Trump to come before the grand jury, and that they've had a witness who was requested by President Trump's lawyers. That's evidence that at the very least the prosecutor himself is thinking of asking the grand jury for this indictment.
Trump, as usual, playing the media so well,
thank you
whether
for
good or
joining
bad.
us. Thanks for the coverage. I know you've got a busy day ahead.
I feel like he just made up that an indictment was coming.
History-making moments. There's none better than CBS News Chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett.
Today specifically playing everyone like a fiddle, as usual, including me, as usual.
Of a former president being charged with a crime that has never happened. Give us some perspective on this.
So one of the most overused words during the Trump era was unprecedented.
Right.
Not now. When we are talking about this, we are talking about something never before seen in the history of our country.
I hope you see it more.
And the seeing of it and the instantaneous conversation about it on social media in our digitally interconnected world will create a storm, a velocity all of its own, quite separate from the underlying facts of what may or may not happen. And I want to pause here for a moment to say what we're talking about still hasn't happened. And it may not. I know there is a sense in New York, and I've talked to sources there,
who believe there is an inevitability about this indictment, which would lead to the inevitability of an arrest, the fingerprinting of a former president, the handcuffing of a former president, a bail hearing for a former president. But until any of that happens, it's still potentially possible that it won't. But if it does, we will be in completely uncharted waters. And that is to say, not that the rule of law shouldn't apply to the highest person in the land, meaning a former president or a current president. We have a Justice Department memo that says you can't do it on a current president. Not that the rule of law shouldn't apply, but that when a moment like that happens,
dangerous
Americans
precedent
will
or dangerous
reasonably ask,
president?
well, for what?
Ooh.
What is the charge? What is the crime? Is it really, really big? It must be really, really big if a former president is going to be
If you do little smaller
brought into
crimes, you
this
should just let it go. I mean, that's too big of a deal.
Matrix. And when the answer comes back, well, the first charge is a misdemeanor, people might reasonably say, are you serious? A misdemeanor that is then attached to a felony, both of which could have a statute of limitations deadline coming up very soon? That will create for itself a sense of, wait a minute, is this the moment, and is this the charge, and is this the serious transgression worthy of bringing a former president before the bar as a handcuffed, accused defendant? That will create an enormous conversation in this country about what justice is.
Honestly, his fans don't need to riot. Like that's gonna
properly or improperly.
They will eat that up. That really will help him a lot, I think.
More comparatively serious matters. Classified documents by a special counsel, the events leading up to and on January 6th, the first insurrection in our country's history since the Civil War, or attempt to overturn an election in the state of Georgia.
They get to do a little crime.
Those two investigations are going on, and they have their own velocity. But is this going to be the first one? And if it is, how will the country digest that? We simply cannot answer that momentous and history-making question.
You know, Major, I'm curious now about, you said that perhaps this is something that is very likely going to happen. Inevitable, I think, was the term. Of course, inevitable being the arrest. But if it doesn't happen, I mean, there have been so many questions about as you mentioned, not the validity, but the weight of these charges. If there isn't an indictment, I'd like to pick your, political genius for a moment here. What do you think would be the impact to former President Trump and his run? And I guess if it is an indictment that follows, what does that mean for the presidency, the seat of the president of the United States?
So for the seat of the presidency, it matters only in the sense that someone who might occupy that office in the future might be so similarly tempted. And I think the chances of that are pretty rare. These are charges that would arise from, let us remind ourselves, a hush money payment paid to a porn star about an extramarital affair that could have had damaging political consequences in the closing days of the 2016 campaign. That's the underlying premise that would lead to the charges. That's not what the charges will be about. The charges would be about filing false records about that transaction for that hush money payment. Would a future president be tempted in that sense? Probably not. But for the presidency itself, the idea that you could be indicted as a former president because the rule of law matters high and low in this country would be a reminder to any occupant of the presidency that once you're out of that office, if you've committed a crime, you can be prosecuted. And there are plenty of people who believe that would have a remedial effect, a positive effect on reminding any future occupant of the presidency that the law matters even to you in your post-presidential life. But to the question of what would the political consequences be in the short term, the former president has made it no secret that he believes he will gain from this. He will say he's being persecuted, and he will become a judicial martyr to his supporters, and that might lead to more prominence, better poll numbers, and better fundraising. But there is also another part of the Trump experience that we all know, which is Trump fatigue. And if you think it's really real on the Democratic side or among independents, and there's reams of polling data to suggest that it is, it's also real among Republicans. I encounter that with some frequency. Will that fatigue be more powerful than that rallying effect around the former president? Impossible to know, but both will be there.
Major,
it's really the best case scenario for libs, right? Is if this
Trump
kind of like
could potentially benefit from positioning
if Trump's hardcore base dwindles to the point that it's not enough for him to like really get elected, but enough to destroy the whatever chance the Republicans have of winning with somebody else. That's probably the absolute best case scenario.
you expect to hear from
for liberals
former
politically.
White House attorney Ty Cobb, who you're actually going to be speaking with on Red and Blue tonight.
Yeah, so Ty Cobb worked for President
Yeah, his
Trump.
supporters
in
are
the
not
Trump White
fatigued
House,
at all. No, they're
specifically
quite the
related
opposite.
to everything related to the Mueller investigation. And he was a very good and relied upon attorney for the president in that regard. He will tell us tonight that he doesn't believe this is the charge to bring President Trump into the docket for. He really doesn't. He believes it's a weak case based on Michael Cohen, a compromised prosecution witness, meaning all of his testimony could at least be questioned for its validity and its truthfulness. Ty Cobb will talk about that, but he will also talk about
Maybe they meant
who
dressed in
President
fatigues.
Trump is, what he was in his presidency, what he's been in his post-presidency as it relates to the furtherance of the American democratic experience. And Ty Cobb is a harsh critic of the former president about January 6th, about lies about the 2020 election.
His supporters
and
are
rhetoric
doomsday
about
cult
that
members,
since
failed
then.
predictions of
And he
Armageddon only
believes there's
strengthen their
lots that
resolve.
Jack Smith, the special counsel, could look into and
It's a
bring
lot of-
charges on related
a lot
to
of when
that.
prophecy fails
And Ty
stuff
Cobb will
going on with
give voice
with
to
Trump,
all of that
right?
when we talk later on today. But on this particular case,
Even with all the QAnon
Ty
stuff.
Cobb is a hard pass.
You know, all their precious prophecies about Hillary Clinton being led away in handcuffs and you know, the deep state and the pedo rings being investigated and overthrown. None of it happened, but none of that actually, and all the Q predictions on this date, this is going to happen. Patriots are in control, all that shit. It never amounted to anything, but it didn't stop these people from believing fervently that all that shit was true, and in fact would believe it even more. Would believe it even more when it didn't happen, which is textbook, like when prophecy fails, cult shit. You know, I remember watching it in the early days of this show. In the early days of this show, watching these weird QAnon guys being like, when Biden was being, so Biden's going to be inaugurated, but he's actually like, that's a fake inauguration. The real inauguration is happening in the White House. Right? And that's when the deep state is going to spring into action. And they all fervently believe this. And this shit obviously doesn't happen. And then they ended up just like not losing any credibility with these big audiences. It's very strange. Like making concrete predictions about this shit. That just never happened. Liberals are very guilty of this as well.
Some of those snow levels, they will start to creep down a bit. So some cold air works in, snow levels come down a bit. So we'll watch that get a chance to add up as well. And this continues here into our Wednesday, into the evening hours. So it's not going anywhere through this early to mid part of the week. Some of the snow adding up, some of the highest peaks, over 3 feet will be possible. And a few inches of rain showing up across Southern California. So, yeah, the rain and snow train, it continues. Remember, of course, you can watch the Weather Channel on cable and now live on your favorite TV streaming.
The storm is coming in reverse. The stormy is coming. Thank you, Alex. I'm sure that they've absorbed all that into the mythology.
Banking system here in the U.S. remains sound.
All right, well, this morning during
Libs and Mueller taking days off work to watch congressional testimony like it amounted to anything, or it would. The funniest thing to me about the whole Mueller phenomenon and all the Daddy Mueller stuff and that amazing cartoon. Let me put it on the screen actually while we're talking about this. God, I search Mueller cartoon and there's just so much shit. There's just so much shit. I'm trying to find, you know the one that I'm trying to find. You know the one that I'm trying to find. The funniest thing about the whole Mueller obsession and the fetishization and the weird shit that we saw around that is when he finally like revealed himself to the public. He was only the like behind the scenes guy. Mueller is coming. The walls are closing in. All this shit. And when he actually finally revealed himself and started talking about this stuff and did the whole the Mueller report, which amounted to nothing, and literally Mueller just basically saying in their report, yeah, we think that some bad stuff might happen, but we don't think we have any right or responsibility to actually do anything about that. The most ambiguous bullshit, non-decisive, that led to nothing. And Mueller himself, literally, once he started talking, he's just like, "Oh, hello, I'm Robert Mueller." Like this charisma vacuum, boring old Republican, basically. that liberals had taken 2 entire years almost of like building this guy up like he's a fucking superhero who's going to take away the orange man. And when he finally talks, it's literally just hello. Well, no, we think that maybe something illegal might have happened, but we can't get into the specifics and we don't think we can do anything about it. After years of building that up, they love a conservative that stopped supporting Trump 2 seconds ago but stayed through all the rest. Yeah, or we talked about Iraq yesterday and the way that all these like fucking demons that lied deliberately about Iraq and led to such a horrible fucking disaster, nightmare, one of the largest crimes ever committed, I would say, where we're talking about criminal presidents. This massive crime, conspiracy, and cover-up that led to this war in which up to 1 million people were killed. It led to all these people displaced, 32 million refugees, the creation of ISIS, just to fight all the torture and murder and black bag of CIA black sites and all the horror about that. And all the people that unleashed that literally are just later when Trump was elected said, Orange man bad. And they all got welcomed right back into the club and they got brought on Ellen DeGeneres and became these big fucking heroes to the liberal establishment. These fucking people. They have memories of just goldfish. There's zero memory of anything bad of anything that ever happened up till like a year ago. You know, and they got celebrated just because they're like, yeah, I think Trump bad. Trump bad. That's all it took. That is all it took. I'm trying to find the song. God, this thumbnail is just so madness inducing. Yes, you can, Bleep Lord. Yes, you can take it. I don't have the video. Ugh.
Holiday collusion season, the Late Show Choral Ensemble.
Here's Colbert.
First day of Christmas, Bob Mueller gave to me a Michael Flynn guilty plea. On the second day of Christmas, Bob Mueller gave to me 2 officials flipped and a Michael Flynn guilty plea.
Thank you, Prybars.
On the third day of Christmas, Bob Mueller gave to me 3 panic Trumps, 2 officials flipped, and a Michael Flynn guilty plea.
How long is this video?
On the 4th day of Christmas, Bob Mueller gave to me 4 charges so far, 3 panic Trumps, 2 officials flipped, and a Michael Flynn guilty plea. On the 5th day of Christmas, Bob Mueller gave to me, please see this off. I won't last all days, cut to the trial, we can't take it anymore, and a Michael Flynn guilty plea.
When was that? 2017. Oh yeah, the trial's going to happen any day now. Any day now. Don't worry about that. And they're still doing it. Oh, you thought I was finished? You think that there was only one Christmas-themed late-night comedy Robert Mueller tribute? Well, you guessed wrong. There's actually more than one. This is actually a common trend. Oh, this isn't the song, it was just a slideshow. Prybars, it was a nice try. You got duped. You got duped by a thumbnail there. I'm so sorry, chat. I brought up Mueller. It's literally in the title. Have you not noticed that it's been in the title of this stream the whole time? Yep, SNL memory hold it. That's right. Promises made, promises not kept. It's amazing though. 2017. Yeah, any day now we're going to have this guy. The walls are closing in, Donald. 6 years later, they're like, I think this time we got him for real though. I think this time we really got him for real. It's truly astonishing how long this has been going on, you know? And this is what they got after all that. After all that, they got this guy. Why he did not subpoena President Trump after
the
years.
Decision not to do a sworn interview with the president. It's really the only subject I want to talk to you about, sir. Why didn't you subpoena the president?
Well, at the outset, after we took over and initiated the investigation.
If I could ask you to speak on the microphone.
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, this guy's
at the
just
outset, after we took over.
look at the charisma, the it factor,
and began it and pursued
just
it.
emanating off
Obviously,
him.
one of the things we anticipated wanting to accomplish that is having the interview of the president. We negotiated with him.
This was their big hero.
A little over a year, and I think what you adverted
They couldn't
to
even
in
bring
the
in fucking Bannon.
lays out
Even with all the flimsy Russia shit, they couldn't even, as much as they talked about January 6th, they couldn't even do anything with that. If they couldn't do anything with their completely flimsy case about all the Russia collusion story. January 6th was right there. You have Donald Trump literally saying, "We got to go to the Capitol, take the country back, folks," and then they go do it, and they spend years talking about how serious and terrible it is, but still don't do anything with that. Don't do anything meaningfully to have any consequences for him or any of the other big shots that were part of it. And just they put a bunch of yahoos in jail and called it a day and gave more money to the Capitol Police and called it a day. Fuck, this goes on for so long. Oh my God, it continues for so much longer. Jesus. Which is also funny saying the only thing left to do is going to be a coup, which is like, yeah, it's okay when you do it, right? It's when you do it, it's okay, but when they do it, it's not good. Anyways, sorry, got an entire 2 minutes to go. Sorry, excuse me, folks. I didn't mean to interrupt the entertainment. I know everyone in the chat was really enjoying that and really was looking forward to the rest of the 2 minutes of this performance. So I'm going to go ahead and shut up now and make sure we can continue to enjoy the rest of that. 5 subs, but I genuinely, as much as I would enjoy getting 5 subs right now gifted, I don't think I could do that even from my own cynical sense of self-preservation. Like, I don't think I could look at this again, even for that. And it would be just straight up mean to the people in the chat. That's what I mean though. Like, what were they so fucking anxious about? I'm on my anxiety medication. Why? Because he was being mean to John McCain? You know? And again, all the stuff that the conservative movement wants to do, banning abortion, all that stuff, that's how Trump is gone. And guess what? That shit still happened. It's almost like he wasn't part of the problem. He wasn't the whole problem in the first place. They're like, oh, I'm staying up all night because of anxiety. It was literally because of their precious institutions. And they're fetishizing this. Again, it's the conservative movement that's doing these things. Banning abortion, trying to go after trans people, etc. Do you think Robert Mueller doesn't support all these things? Of course he does. He's a fucking Republican. Anyway, I'm going to continue this clip. But remember, folks, that I did receive an offer of 5 gifted subs to play it again, and I turned it down. And I hope that people recognize my selflessness. If the report did come out and there was just nothing in there, I wonder, and listen, I don't want to just be mean to perform. I know there's many talented performers in this group, you know, that I've enjoyed their work before. I've got to imagine when you're doing this, though, like even as someone who's been a performer before, you know, or technically even right now, I'm an entertainer right now. I'm doing a TV show right now. I got to imagine when you're doing that performance, you got to have a moment where you're like embarrassed, right? Where you're just like, You know? You must. You must. Not that I would ever be embarrassed about any of the stuff that I do on here. That's always 100% cool. And I always end up feeling good about it, personally. Kate McKinnon did sing Hallelujah as Hillary. That is true. Did Mariah get paid for that parody? She must have. She must have. I think they loved it then and they love it now and they're so happy and they want to do it again. It is funny to think about though, like how fucking panicked they were. Why? Really? Like really why? What were they so fucking nervous about? It was literally Trump just saying mean things. That's literally all it was. Kate McKinnon was never in any real danger there.
Donald Trump again. We've actually filed with a string of broken business ventures and the support of a former Klan leader who he can't decide whether or not to condemn. Would you think he would make a good president, or is the spell now somewhat broken? And that is why tonight I'm asking America to make Donald Trump again. Hashtag make Donald Trump again. We've actually filed paperwork to trademark the name Trump. And incidentally, when we own it, I will have the best word. And if you go to donaldjtrump.com, which we own, you can download a Drumpfinator Chrome extension, which will replace the word Trump with Drumpf wherever it appears in your browser. And you can also buy these Make Donald Trump Again hats, which we're selling at cost.
Unironically though, I would love one of those hats. Imagine wearing one of those. You think you're being like Mr. Hero and someone like spits on you on the street. That's actually a fucking cool hat. I would not wear that, but just to have as like a collector's item. Why are we reminding ourselves of all this? I don't know. We're just getting in the mindset. We're getting in the orange man bad Trump mindset. Okay? That's what today is about. It's about celebrating that.
Meaning we've chosen not to make a profit, a fact which will probably irritate Mr. Trump more than anything else I've said tonight. And if you're thinking, well, that's all great, but I wish there was a new campaign anthem for Donald Trump, well, here it is now. Here it is right now. Because listen, we cannot keep getting blinded by the magic of his name. We need to see him through fresh eyes.
You've just become an elite
please.
member of the Friendship Triangle. Pry Bars, thank you very much. Thank you, Pry Bars, for the 5 gifted subs. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Hell yeah. I stayed true to my clout principles and Pry Bars still came through. I appreciate that. This is basically the same as what I asked you to do. I guess I didn't stay true to the clout principles.
Don't think of him as Donald Trump. Think of him as something else. And don't vote for him because he tells it like it is. He's a bullshit artist. Don't vote for him because he's tough. He's a baby with even smaller fingers. Don't vote for him because he's a builder. He's more of a shitty lifestyle brand. And that is our show. Mr. Trump, I await your lawsuit.
We simply
in the morning.
use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Okay, first M&M, then SNL, and now a brick. Stop, no.
They were so certain that he was not going to actually win, right? They all thought they had something with this. Thank you, Dimitri, for the 200 friend coin. Thank you. I had a cromulent crustable of a day, so thanks for cheering me up with comedy clips. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. We gotta laugh. Okay? We got to laugh sometimes. We got to enjoy ourselves.
Office as a public defender, the appellate advocates, and we.
No Trump stuff there still. They were just so smug, weren't they? It's like, it's not hard to understand why he's popular too. And you see the smugness with which this kind of like ruling class came together to try and stop this guy. It's really not surprising in retrospect how he just steamrolled all this bullshit. The clout market allows for living, laughing, and loving. This is very much like a how it started, how it's going situation. A few months later.
Let's begin with our first and only story, the 2016 election. Or, as you may know it, I thought I wanted it to be over, but now that it's over, I wish it was still going on, because it turns out the ending is even worse, 2016.
This is how it started versus how it's going.
We're a little different than what just over half the voters wanted.
We can now project the winner of the presidential race. CNN projects.
You got him, sir.
Donald Trump wins the presidency. Donald J. Trump will become the 45th president of the United States.
This is a fucking crazy day.
That happened. It turns out, instead of showing our daughters that they could someday be president.
That's actually a great... that just happened. That's the response. From we got him, Donald Trump. Make Donald Trump again with the big like fanfare. A couple months later, that just happened. Trump is behind me, isn't he?
Showing our daughters that they could someday be president, America proved that no grandpa is too racist to become leader of the free world. Look, Papa, someday that could be you. Now, if you're like me, the implications of this have been hitting you in waves. 1 minute you're numb, and the next minute you realise that Donald Trump, this man, will soon have access to the nuclear codes. And then maybe you get distracted by daily life until it hits you again. Oh, our future president was supported by a former Grand Wizard of the Klan, and 60 million people voted for him despite that. And then maybe you finally manage to get some sleep, but then you wake up realising, oh shit, the Supreme Court. Because remember Merrick Garland, who the Republicans have refused to confirm all year? You know, the guy who...
Maybe they should have done something about that.
Supreme Court dog for. You actually picked this one, by the way. We never announced it because we figured that we would tell you when he was confirmed. Well, he's not getting confirmed, and that dog is dead now. No.
You do have to kind of laugh at this. Again, I don't like Trump. I'm not a supporter of Trump. I think he's a monstrous person. You do have to just enjoy a little bit the smugness turning into fucking ashes in their mouths. All these people. Like, it's not hard to understand why this was popular. There's a lot of people around the country and around the world that really enjoyed seeing people like this get abjectly humiliated. You know? There's a real appetite for that. It's not even about Trump. It's about humiliating these very people. Like, remember this? I remember just really being amazed by this clip after the election.
All I want to say is that anybody from the Democratic side of the fence who thinks that who's terrified of the possibility of President Trump better vote, better get active, better get involved, because this man has got some momentum, and we better be ready for the fact that he might be leading the Republican ticket.
Next, I know you don't believe that, but I want to go on.
Sorry to laugh. Next week, George, we had Jesse Ventura in Minnesota.
Like, listen, yeah, there's a big appeal into just like throwing that right into these fucking people's faces. And I get it. I get where that drive comes from. Like there's no more better summation of the smugness with which these liberals approach this from moment one. That will never happen. Yeah. And these people, earning millions of dollars while this big charade, while things just get worse for everyone else. It was exactly. And Trump, even if you recognize him as being this fraud, this kind of like used car salesman fraud, he was at least speaking to those issues. And it was at least speaking to those people that have been fucked over by the American ruling class of both parties. And we all know that he's not like serious about actually fighting for those people or standing up for them. But that doesn't matter though. Not only was he speaking to them, he was promising that like, I'm the one, everyone hates me. This whole political establishment that has been keeping you down, that deindustrialized all your towns, that has abandoned you, that doesn't care about you, that looks at you like this, that looks at you with contempt. Well, guess what? If I'm the one, I will destroy them. I will absolutely annihilate them. I'll humiliate them. And the crushing humiliation that you feel with these deteriorating conditions, I will make them experience that. I will make them feel that humiliation. And it's not at all surprising that a lot of people responded to that positively, you know? And that's why it's not, I think, accurate or fair to just write off all those people as being racist. That's not really what it was about. For many people, yes. I don't want to say was not a factor at all. Of course it was, but you can't just write off that entire movement as just being like a thing about immigration or racism. It was about destroying and humiliating these very people, the people in the media establishment, the liberal establishment, and the conservative and Republican establishment. Yeah, and that's why I think Bernie would have won. You know, it's really not surprising why that was appealing to people. And and that's exactly why Bernie would have won, because Bernie had that same sense, but actually is a decent and good person who actually was trying to like improve those people's material needs, which is what Donald Trump didn't give a shit about. Absolutely, Hillary Clinton was Trump's ideal person to run against. Honestly, like as much as I was certain that he was not going to win, because I was taking my cues from these people as well, right? It's just you see the political and the media establishment react. It's like, of course, Trump has no chance. In retrospect, though, it's just the most obvious thing that ever could have happened. It's like the only thing that ever could have happened. I don't know how I ever doubted it. It's never as simple as racist or NAFTA or whatever. It's always a combination. Yeah, it is a combination, right? It's people that have been abandoned by the ruling class, that do hate things like NAFTA and these trade deals that deindustrialize their communities, and are also reactionary in many cases and are susceptible to demagogues like Trump blaming not only liberals and the establishment politicians that were part of that process, but also blaming immigrants and blaming these outlier groups at the same time. And she picked him and elevated him, for sure. And they kneecapped Bernie as much as they could.
Yeah, I
even more so in 2020.
To share my own journey, and the response has been great. And as you said, it's just so many people go through this, and hoping that this sparks conversation.
Tax credit that benefits.
We know you don't believe that. John Oliver's too busy buying mascots. Yeah, maybe and hanging out with his wife, who's a Republican operative. You know, John Oliver's talking about Trump and the Supreme Court and all the things that the Supreme Court's going to do. The things that his wife fucking supports and works towards. Spends her whole career working towards supporting these things. It's important to be really careful about it's not just racism. I hear a lot of left, because the people that have been hurt by the current system is not the people that voted for Trump. Those people still voted more for Hillary. That's a good point as well. And also, to talk about a lot of those people just stopped supporting Democrats. Like there's all these towns that flipped in like Ohio and these kind of Rust Belt places that used to be Democratic strongholds. Part of it is from people switching parties, like some people did, but also a lot of people just check out of the political process, which was part of it as well. I think his wife was in Fallujah. She was hanging out with Ron DeSantis. His show gets right up to real solutions and stopped. Yeah, because as a liberal, he fetishizes all these institutions. That's the reason that he thought Trump was dangerous, was because he was a threat to these precious institutions. And he's never actually going to have a meaningful analysis. And again, he's a multimillionaire that's married to a Republican operative.
In office, I issued an executive order establishing the country's first ever national conservation goal.
Oh, good. He's talking about his environmental record while also pronouncing that they're drilling more in the Alaska.
By 2030, at least 30% of the lands and waters that support and sustain our nation. And last year on Earth Day, I signed an executive order to protect America's forest and to harness the power of nature.
So what are you announcing today, Joe?
Climate change. I'm here today to talk about an incredible progress that we've made. You know, it's my first year in office. We protected more lands and waters than any American president since John Kennedy. And
I won't ban fracking until I'm 108, Jack. Fucking Nixon is more of an environmentalist than Biden is. Nixon is to Biden's left on the environment.
Infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in climate and environmental justice and conservation ever, anywhere in the world. For the past 2 years, these investments have helped protect our iconic outdoor spaces, preserve our historic sites.
Biden, Trump too. Are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. I'm going to be covering all this shit.
We also relied on important partners to help us meet these goals. Farmers and ranchers have implemented critical conservation and stewardship practices across 50 million acres.
I love how he always sounds like his teeth are about to fall out.
Areas the size of the state of South Dakota. In Alaska, we protected the Tongass National Forest and the salmon Bristol Bay. We restored the protections and
FDR 2.0, that's right.
Rollback and Bears Ears National Monument. The Grand Staircase Escalante. The northeast canyons and seamounts of the Marine Monument. Last year, I had the honor of visiting Camp Hale, Continental Divide in Colorado, and adding that to the list of national monuments for the first time to be added in my administration. It matters. This matters because when we conserve our country's natural gifts.
How do you see round 2 playing out? I mean, it's like, I wouldn't want to make concrete predictions. I think Trump, if he does win the nomination, which I think is the likelihood at this point, unless there's some kind of enough legal machinations that prevent him from doing it. If he does win the nomination, though, it's going to be very close. I wouldn't want to predict either way. I'm certainly not going to count Trump out like I did in 2016. America needs to get rid of some states. No reason for North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho to be separate. Combine them and they get 2 senators. And California should be like 3 or 4 different states. The Senate is amazingly undemocratic. Like, it's truly amazing that America talks about like democracy to countries around the world with like the Electoral College and the Senate, which is just so blatantly not democratic. It's almost like an obvious scam, and they still manage to convince people that it's got the best democracy in the world. And all these liberals then fetishize these institutions. These are these institutions that we can never hope to ever do anything about, or can never say any bad things about. Republican senators represent less than a third of the population. It's absolutely fucking absurd. It is absolutely absurd. And then the filibuster on top of it. Yeah, just the idea that it's even a democracy in any way. Yeah, you don't even have a republic, let alone a democracy. But Americans don't understand maths. When people start talking about proportional representation, their brains shut down. They don't understand maps as well. You see the map of all the red states, and it's like, oh, look, we're just surrounded by all these conservatives. And when you look at an actual population map, it's completely fucking different. Yeah, and the most undemocratic institution of all, the Supreme Court, which is just like an openly, at this point, a pay-to-play, like, conservative scam, essentially. It is openly owned by these conservative interests. What a joke. What a joke of a country. The sanctity of our institutions, no. No. He's announcing new national monuments. That's why I'm moving to Montreal. Well, Canada's not a democracy either, but Montreal's a great city. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I mean, exactly. No, they just passed a big lease thing to oil. What a joke. Absolute joke.
Across the country today.
I'll just, I'm going to throw this on while we wait to see if something's happened. Biden's announcing these monuments. Don't really care about that. I'm just going to like stand up, stretch my legs a little bit, go to the bathroom, get another beverage maybe. I'll put on this video. You know, before, I got to say too as well, just briefly reminding people like once an hour or something, that if you are just tuning in for the first time, if you're a non-subbed chatter, if you enjoyed this commentary and the content, and you enjoy the work that I do here on twitch.tv, please subscribe to TRRS. It costs $5. You get all the emotes, the best emotes on Twitch, this entire platform, the only Enver's Hoja emote, to my knowledge, that exists on the platform of Twitch. Subscribe to the show. It's $5. You can gift subs. You can instantly become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle trickle-down clout and friendship access reward system.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to
It's free of
talk you through all
charge
this.
using your Amazon Prime account, like Guillotine 2020. Thank you, Guillotine 2020, for the Prime sub. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. And remember, every little bit helps. The only way that I'm able to continue doing this program and doing this commentary and this analysis each and every day here on Twitch is through the extreme generosity of our wonderful community members. So please, if you can, support the channel, subscribe, gift subs, gift friend coin. You can tip as well. It all helps. And I'll remind you again as well, this is really not a good day to not wear TRRS merch, but if you want to buy merch, please click on the link below and you can get a 30% discount by using the coupon code TRRS30. Then that is real. That is real. That for the rest of the day, you can get a 30% discount from the TRRS merch store using that code. That's right, Ben. Reddit, we got a Hoja emote. So listen, if you want the Twitch's only Enver's Hoja emote, that's how you get it. By subscribing to this program.
After former President Donald Trump called for his supporters to protest in the event that he's indicted. Extra barricades are up around the criminal court in Lower Manhattan, where the former president is expected to be charged for allegedly falsifying records to hide campaign finance violations. It's tied to payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels. Robert Costa has more.
Steel barricades were brought into lower Manhattan after former President Donald Trump predicted his arrest and called for protests. Inside the courthouse, the grand jury continued its work on Monday, hearing from the potential final witness.
He's totally unreliable.
Attorney Bob.
How much would you pay me to do an ad drop in my marriage for your merch? I don't know that I would pay you to do that. I don't want anyone to like ruin any cherished special days. Your spouse is not going to be happy about that, Pry Bars. I don't want to be a part of that, even though it would be very funny.
Costello, a longtime Trump ally, was brought in to testify about Cohen's credibility. Cohen was Trump's former fixer and a key witness in this investigation.
If they want to go after Donald Trump and they have solid evidence, so be it. But Michael Cohen is far from solid evidence.
It was Cohen who made the alleged hush money payments to Stormy Daniels.
And again, like, it is not, like, for people that are still trying to downplay this, like, it's not hard to understand that, yeah, Trump paid off his shady fucking lawyer or Trump got his shady fucking lawyer to pay off this actress to stop her from talking about it. I really don't think that's that hard to, I don't think that's a big stretch of the imagination. I don't think it's that hard to believe. I'll be right back, folks.
In the final days of the 2016 campaign, he later pleaded guilty to felony charges related to that payout.
This has many similarities to a mob case for the main witness to have problems, blemishes, even convictions, and it will fall to the prosecution to say, sure, Michael Cohen has some issues, but here is why you can believe him.
Many House Republicans are defending the former president and are calling on New York District Attorney Alvin Bragg to submit testimony on what they call a politically motivated prosecutorial decision.
Some bookkeeping error from 7 years ago is misdemeanor is now what they're going after. So it makes absolutely no sense.
And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, a potential 2024 rival to Trump, criticized the DA, but also had this to say.
I don't know what goes into paying hush money to a porn star to secure silence over some type of alleged affair. I can't speak to that.
CBS News has learned that an indictment is not expected on Tuesday, but could come sometime later this week. Meanwhile, Trump's campaign has been issuing a flurry of fundraising appeals to his supporters. Anne-Marie, Vlad.
All right, Robert, thank you very much. So, Keir Dougal is here with us in Studio 57 to discuss this case. He is a former federal prosecutor. Good to have you here. I was pummeling you with sort of some questions before the show started. Let us start with this, though. If the Manhattan grand jury decides to move forward with an indictment, what happens then?
Right. So Mr. Trump will be arraigned. He'll be processed, photographed, fingerprinted, all that stuff.
Right. The mugshot, the whole nine.
We would expect him to be entering a plea of not guilty, and then we're off to the races. There'll be discovery, perhaps motion practice, and then a trial will be scheduled.
And then what are the options for the former president in terms of responding to a possible indictment? And I just want to sort of underline the fact that though the former president said he thought he would be picked up today, be arrested today, there's no indication that that will happen at this point. It certainly didn't come from the courts or any place. So should he be indicted, then what? How does he respond?
Well, there's some educated guessing about what this indictment will look like. It appears that there may be a mashup of some state and federal law to be the basis of these charges. Mm-hmm. I would expect him to test that with a motion to dismiss, which could, if he is successful with that motion, would substantially, impair the prosecution going forward.
Mm-hmm. Can we talk a little bit about the possibility of the mashup? When I was kind of listening to a story earlier today, they said there's a possibility that this could be a misdemeanor charge,
right.
But if they can connect it to something else, it could become a felony.
Right. So in New York State, it's a crime to make a false entry on the records of a New York corporation. That's a misdemeanor as sort of the base crime. But if it's in furtherance of another crime, like a federal election crime here, which is what the sort of educated guessing is what the theory would be, then that could boost it up to a felony.
And the false sort of thing would be pretending to pay Michael Cohen for something that they're
for legal fees when what those payments
really
are actually for is for hush money payments to a porn star.
Right. Okay. There we go. It's been 5 years of investigating this. Why has it taken so long? You know, do these things typically take this long?
So the Justice Department, the federal prosecutors in the Southern District were looking at this. That investigation led to the prosecution and conviction of Michael Cohen himself. At that time, while Mr. Trump was the president, the Justice Department's policy was not to bring charges against the sitting president. So there's that block of time is
in a holding
explained.
pattern.
Right, it's just in a holding pattern. When he lost the election in January 21, there was a period, several months after that, when the Justice Department could have brought these charges. They declined, which is the first, in my mind, sort of the first red flag about this case. The federal prosecutors are very thorough and very serious. They take a very serious look at the case, and they declined. So, yes, it's a good question. Why the delay and why now by a local prosecutor?
Meanwhile, it's not the only sort of legal headache that the former president has to deal with. Trump lawyers submitted a filing yesterday asking a Georgia judge to throw out its report and all testimony related to the investigation into Donald Trump's efforts to reverse the 2020 election loss in that state. We heard plenty about the grand jury that listened to testimony. Some of the members decided to speak. What does that signal to you?
I am not sanguine about the successfulness of that motion. I don't think it's going to be successful.
Right.
So historically, grand juries have had two functions. The one we're the most familiar with is returning indictments and charging individuals with crimes. But another function that a grand jury serves is it's called the presentment, which is a $3 lawyer word for basically issuing a report.
Okay.
So if there's an issue of concern for the community and people want to get to the bottom of it, a grand jury has subpoena power and can take testimony, gather evidence, and then just write a report. It's called a presentment. This grand jury in Georgia appears to me to be in that model, and it's something that is well established. I don't expect a motion to be successful here.
And so sometimes, is there movement on that report? Is there another step after that? Or?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right. So that report can lead to legislation. It can lead to, it can actually lead to charge.
It's amazing how liberals really find this interesting. You know, I have a hard time understanding how I could watch that entire clip and be like, this is really engaging and interesting material here. You know?
Here in New York, however, are preparing for the possibility that an indictment could be imminent. We have seen steel barricades around the DA's office here in Lower Manhattan.
It's like auditory and visual tranquilizer. Seriously, I had I had an out-of-body experience while watching that.
And logistical concerns.
Yeah, we're hearing a lot of noise there behind you. I know there's folks already starting to gather. Gabe, thank you.
Yeah, Yamiche, how are Trump and his allies responding to all of this?
Well, it's a key question. Former President Trump and his allies continue to fiercely defend Trump and paint this potential
Needs more
indictment and
kinetic
arrest
sand.
as
Thank you.
politically motivated. Last night, Trump posted a video online where he vowed to defeat the investigations and called the investigation into the hush money payments, the ones, of
You
course,
can count on
that
me.
Gabe
You're going to have
is
good old
covering there in New
Rob
York,
to talk you through all
absolute
this.
disgrace. Now, Trump claimed he is protecting his supporters.
Nor, thank you very much for the 8 months tier 1. Thank you. Are you supposed to pronounce that like how Australians say the word no? Is that it? Is that what it's that a reference to? No. Is that what that's supposed to be?
But they're not coming after me. They're coming after you.
No.
I'm just standing in their way. and I always will stand in their way.
And millions of memas and peepaws have that injected into their cottage cheese brains nightly. Yes, they do.
This is about all the people, his millions of supporters, Republican voters.
Silent K. Marcus does say, oh, no, every time. No, mate.
Now, Trump's lawyers have also been defending him, including attorney Alina Habab, I should say. She is claiming Trump is being mistreated. We've also, of course, seen a number of legal people on his team saying that this
Yeah,
is
Old
really
Dutch, you get this every single night, or you get like Tucker Carlson being like, fentanyl-addicted homeless people are coming to your gated community in Virginia, and they are coming for your family.
Former President Trump. But of course, there are a lot of people who are also waiting and seeing how this case plays out.
All right, Yamiche Alcindor, thank you so much for that.
Probably very healthy.
Right now, California is getting
The fentanyl-addicted MS-13 members are coming to trans your kids.
flooding is creating a dangerous threat.
They're coming to your home in suburban Indiana or whatever. They're going to turn your kids into cat girls.
Strong winds and even more snow are also posing risks across the state. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns has the forecast, but first we begin with NBC's Scott Cohen.
So that's what our memas and our peepaws are looking at every night. That would be cool if that was actually happening. I would support that if it was happening. Yes, of course. And then you have the sweet crossovers where both have bits on about how China is injecting children with depleted uranium. That's right. I'm glad there's something they can still come together to agree on. Crime is out of control in our cities is literally Mad Max. In like Raleigh, North Carolina. You don't even step foot in there. It's too dangerous. China is airdropping fentanyl-crazed squirrels directly into your house through open windows. This has been fact-checked by real American patriots. True. Very true. I'm kind of amazed because I started to do this stream early, and I really may have to leave without anything at all happening. I really may. Wouldn't that be something? We've still had fun, though. We've still enjoyed each other's company, haven't we? We've laughed. We've learned. We talked to Alex Peters. That was fun. Power is going to prosecute power as soon as you log out, for sure. If I miss it, I'm going to be extremely upset. I'm going to be extremely disappointed. Some might even say we lived. We lived, laughed, and loved today. And I'm still going. I still got another hour. I'm not going anywhere. Drumpf is now going to put one over on me. All right? I'm going to be here when this shit happens. Whatever it is. Whatever lame bullshit that happens, I'm going to be here. Believe me, I'm going to be here to watch it and talk about it. Believe you me. They're probably going to do some nice union busting shit in this segment. So are people even protesting the Trump thing? I mean, from what Alex was saying earlier, and from what we've seen, it seems like just barely anything. It seems like there's a couple of yahoos, which is sad. I'm sure we will see some kind of protests or whatever, especially if this indictment comes through. I know liberals are kind of jonesing for another sort of January 6th style incident, but I just don't see any way that it's going to happen at all, you know? Like I was saying before, and if anyone is tuning in since then, it's like, you know, on January 6th, you had all these conservative influencers and politicians talking about it. They're bussing people in. It took weeks of planning and coordination for that shit to happen. Yeah, not enough time to organize, and there's no convenient public event to turn into a riot. It would be funny if eventually they did put together like a squad and tried to bust out of Trump out of jail. I would support that. I think that would be funny. Oh, there's more coverage of this than the protests on Saturday. Like, significantly more, of course. I don't think there was any mainstream coverage of the anti-war protests on Saturday and all the marches there. But of course, if 11 MAGA hat wearing dipshits get together over this, believe me, every single mainstream news reporter is going to be sticking a camera in their face. They were straight bussing people into the Capitol. That's correct. This is really something else. Oh, this is all the language they use. Oh, parents and students caught in the middle, of course. Look at this. There's two anti-Trump protesters. None of these people were around on Saturday.
Kind of like the Bob Dylan thing.
Where am I going here?
As I sit on the Seattle branch board of the Federal Reserve.
Pentagon briefing soon.
Here's something that I think is really
Just looking for my coverage here. I kind of lost it.
We start this hour. Well, let's start the
his every fantasy.
ABC. How are you feeling, folks? How are you hanging in there? I streamed early for this. You know, it's been fun, though. It's been fun. Anyways, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I have less time to work with at the end of the day, so I don't mind starting a bit earlier anyways to make sure that we get actually a decent stream length. I haven't seen any numbers, Old Dutch. I haven't seen any numbers of the protests. It seemed pretty decent from what I saw of the marches and some of the speeches there. You got to hope that it's kind of the beginning of something of a larger anti-war movement, though.
Do we think he's a psychopath? Only on Hulu.
Russian President Vladimir Putin says that he'll consider a peace proposal from China's president to end the war in Ukraine. However, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says this is just a stalling tactic at best. China's leader says that he wrapped up this meeting with Putin after discussing the plan as they met today, stressing that the crisis could
She
be
is
settled
very tall.
through, quote, responsible dialogue. ABC News foreign correspondent Tom Supi-Burridge
Stalling
is
the
in
war from
Kyiv,
continuing.
Ukraine, with the latest reaction.
Yeah, 3.5 hours of talks, Kira, between President Xi and Putin. I mean, in many ways, this was not about Ukraine. This was about a deeper economic relationship, a deeper political relationship, and really a pitch, I think, from these two leaders to much of the world, like Africa, the Middle East, Latin American leaders too, to say, you know, let's take the world in a new direction. Let's move away from, you know, dominance by the United States and its allies.
Can't
and
have
let's
that.
create a more multipolar world. I mean, that's certainly what the Russians and Chinese are trying to do in this summit. And I think one key
Can you believe
line
that?
for me in the joint statement from
Those
the Russians and Chinese
monsters.
tonight was this kind of implicit warning to the West and Ukraine.
How dare
to
they
say,
suggest that
"Don't
maybe
let
America shouldn't continue to run and
conflict
dominate the
here
entire
spiral out
world?
of control." And you know, we know the Ukrainians are planning a very big offensive. They're doing it in conjunction with the United States. The United States and its allies are training Ukrainian troops. They're providing a lot of weaponry. They're helping Ukraine plan this offensive. And the Chinese, by standing shoulder to shoulder with the Russians, seem to be saying, don't let the conflict escalate further in a very dangerous way. Kira?
They're always planning a big
Tom,
offensive.
thank you.
Yeah.
And coming up, finding meaning within the masterpieces. One man's journey to all the beauty in the world, turning his grief into gratitude through the power of art.
Ugh. Man, it's painful to watch this. It really is.
Room. And I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today. I look over at him and he's smiling.
Yeah, they're just on the cusp of victory. That's right.
They told us when he was
They're trying to talk about a peace deal right when Ukraine's on the verge of finally taking this thing home.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Are the walls closed again? Sin Chow very smartly avoided the all-day coverage of this.
I always tell people that Twitter would not be Twitter.
And is just showing up now.
It's just us being in fellowship.
Which actually makes sense. I kind of am a little bit jealous about that approach. Ukraine is just turning the corner. A couple more arms sales, and they're going to be smooth sailing all the way to victory.
If anything has really powered Black Twitter, it's been humor.
If your food ain't right,
Any day now, the orcs are going to be defeated.
change, create culture and cool.
That's how movements happen on Black Twitter and go beyond.
Only the tankies want the war to stop.
The Twitterverse that changed a generation. Now
Only the tankies want us to stop sending tanks.
You ready? A generation of kids opens up on CBS Reports.
I just want to be like a regular kid.
Couple F-35s. Should do it. Should put the finishing touches on this bad boy.
A lot of people like to call names and make you feel ashamed for being proud of who you are.
Now streaming Gender.
I did not realize that you could change your gender.
Realizing how you feel.
You can be a boy, sometimes you feel like a girl, sometimes you feel like both.
Redefining who you are.
Identify as trans.
Gender fluid.
Is the idea of gender a thing of the past?
And to be yourself, always, no matter what anyone says, I love you.
Are the kids all right? Gender. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
I don't know how helpful that's going to be.
Be old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
That seems like not great.
Unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be.
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more.
Except with Black Adam, huh?
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
No, I also don't trust CBC to put together to cover these topics with any level of competency either.
What do you love about running? It can be uplifting. That human connection that we create on the broadcast every night is incredibly important.
Formal indictments have been issued for those charged in the death of Ivo Iatino.
I heard indictments and I thought something was happening. Still nothing is happening, folks. Don't worry. Don't be alarmed. Don't be alarmed. Nothing really interesting has happened. This is kind of a funny analysis. This is really a summation of like how liberals and how liberal media approaches Trump as well. Look at this. House GOP uses its new power in extraordinary effort to shield Trump from indictment. And the subhead here. The subhead, Trump's Republican allies in the House are doing what the former president taught them to do. Use government power to try to keep his legal threats at bay. Something that Republicans and conservatives never thought to do previously until the Orange Man told them how to do it. To use government power to shield themselves from legal responsibility for crimes committed. No one had ever done this until Donald J. Trump, waltzed in and taught these conservatives to use these kinds of shady, underhanded tactics. Something that they have not been doing for fucking decades.
So we've heard from, at least the reporting is that Stormy Daniels, right, has appeared before the grand jury, at least by Zoom. Not sure if there's testimony, but saying that she would be available. She and her attorneys, that she would be available. We've heard from Michael Cohen. We've heard from Robert Costello and others. This appears to be wrapping up. Everyone wants to know when it's going to happen. What is the timeline? Is it going to be today? Is it tomorrow? Is it next week? Having worked in the DA's
Trump's
office,
the one that threatened to invade The Hague. Right.
Correct. Put a date or a time on that?
Within reason, there is. This is an ongoing investigation. It's not a reactive investigation. It's proactive. So the DA's office should really know at this point, and in fact, well before, who is going to testify and what, if anything, is going to happen to throw that off course. So I'd expect that they should be summing up or wrapping up soon. And then once that happens, it becomes a procedural issue. The indictment is filed, and ultimately they reach out to the team for Trump to take those next steps.
You say wrapping up soon. So what are the considerations now? If you're looking at someone who has insider knowledge, if you're looking at what is playing out, seeing Costello and Cohen, et cetera, go in, what is happening inside of the office right now?
I expect that all the evidence that they've wanted to present, they meaning the district attorney's office, has been presented. And if anything, for lack of a term, rebuttal or to clarify or to bolster, if that's the right term we want to use here, the credibility or what may have happened, that's going to come out now. But again, it's the grand jury's determination to decide what witnesses, if anything, they want to hear. But once that's wrapped up, the DA's office is ready to make those next steps.
Jeremy, is it the grand jury's determination? Because the grand jury vote to indict Donald Trump and then Alvin Bragg say, even with that, I'm not going to do it?
Once a grand jury indicts, or what's we call a true bill, they have to take that next step. Ultimately, the DA's office can decide what they want to do going forward, but once there's an indictment, it has to proceed.
Yeah. Here's the thing. This investigation has been called a zombie case. Everyone thought that after Cy Vance, that nothing was going to happen, that nothing would happen for so long under the current DA, Alvin Bragg, nothing happened. So what happened? How is this resuscitated or resurrected?
Well, the argument from the DA's office is that it wasn't resuscitated. It's been going on all along. It's an ongoing investigation. These things don't happen overnight. It takes time to develop. There's those who will argue that there was political pressure with the Pomerantz book and what's happening sort of socially. But the DA's office will take the position that we've always been doing our due diligence. This is about justice. This isn't about politics. And now we're at the point where you have to move it forward.
Yeah. If you're looking at this, people are expecting, will Donald Trump be handcuffed? Are we going to see him in a jumpsuit and what have you? It doesn't really work that way, especially when you have a high-profile defendant. Unless he wants to be paraded in front of cameras.
Managing expectations down.
And efforts to sort of mitigate that, possibly going in, probably through an underground entrance and having this sort of expedited about him. My reporting is seeing a judge and doing it quickly, having the process play out quickly so that he doesn't have to be
So is it happening or not?
or seen doing
I don't
any
know.
of these things.
Well, he shouldn't be.
We're no
photographed
closer
once
to
he's
an
inside
answer
the
on that.
building, but he'll be taken in like
Except for a mugshot.
Well, that absolutely. He'll be taken in. There will be a mugshot. There'll be a fingerprint. And then they're going to expedite him and walk him to the courtroom. He'll have to walk down the hallway unless for some reason they decide to bring him up through the judicial areas. So there's a separate set of elevators he can come up through. But otherwise, he's going to be brought in like anybody else. And to your point, he may very well want to be seen. He very well want to make this an issue that there can be a public showing or display where he can make sort of a statement. But in court, I would expect he'd be relatively quiet, and his attorney will be doing most of the talking.
So you think they'll expedite the court process of seeing of the judge part of it, right? Because that can take some time.
It can take some time, but they have to wait for the fingerprints. They, meaning law enforcement, has to wait for the fingerprints to get back. But yeah, it should move pretty quickly and efficiently. There's no reason to keep him there, especially with security risks and the concern that obviously the NYPD has.
Are we talking hours?
Hours from time of print, very well, potentially. But once he's in front of the judge, that's pretty quick. I mean, I wouldn't say snap of the fingers, but it could be a matter of minutes.
Someone who is notably absent from defending Trump in this is, of course, Governor Ron DeSantis.
He was defending him. We saw earlier. He was absolutely defending him. Of course he was. I don't know, folks. I just don't know here. I really thought we were going to see the orange man finally brought to justice. I'm starting to lose confidence. How are you feeling? How are you holding up, chat? Wah, 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 wah. This has been the biggest bait in a while. And we all fell for it. We fell for it like morons. While Cinnamon Challenge has been sleeping in and probably have the time of her life. We fell for it like morons. I've been here since like 10:45. No, Rob, don't lose Daith in the American system. From King Window. Don't lose Daith. Not sure I'm familiar with that phrase. Is that like a British thing? That? It's really a rich white guy who's an obvious criminal hilariously escaped justice forever, right? Not in America. Well, like we were saying, I mean, just the whole idea, like, what's he going to pay a fine? Do you think he's really going to, anything is going to happen, even if this indictment does come down? I just got here and haven't been following this. Do we actually think something is happening or another Lucy pulling the football? I've always been on the side of like nothing will ever happen. If anything does, I'll believe it when I see it. Definitely this has felt the closest like to, oh, is something actually happening here? In all the, as we've been talking about, the years of like the walls are closing in kind of rhetoric that they've been using about Trump. It does seem like it is likely that an indictment is going to come down from this. I don't think it's going to really meaningfully lead to anything concrete in terms of like consequences. It will probably just help Trump boost his profile and boost his credibility with the conservative movement. But I thought we could at least get that and just the freak out over it, right? Even if we know it's not going to mean anything, even though if we know it's all bullshit, we could at least get the indictment and then the pants shitting freak out over it from his fans and from conservative media. That's all. That's all I was looking for. Nothing is going to happen? Like, so Johnny, you're saying no indictment whatsoever. Is that what you're saying? I think maybe one will come down but then like they were just saying in that previous segment, they'll like, of all the things that we want to see, like him being put in cuffs, all that shit will probably be kept from us in the first place. So like nothing, the indictment will come down. We won't see anything actually interesting or meaningful about it, and it will not result in consequences. You get nothing. Zilch, nada, zero, void, nil. We shall see. We shall see. I certainly don't think anything serious is going to happen in terms of consequences, even if this does turn into anything at all. I remember legal Twitter was 99% sure Trump would have to resign after the Stormy Daniels NDA in 2018. I have a hard time believing anything now. I mean, that's the funniest thing that I was mentioning earlier, which is that like he didn't even have to pay her off at all. He didn't have to get his crooked lawyer to pay her off to not say anything, because he could have just leaned into it and his supporters would not have cared one iota. Did we cover Xi and Putin? We've talked about it a little. We didn't cover it really extensively. I have the Deprogram podcast, boys, coming on tomorrow, so we're going to get way more into that kind of shit tomorrow, I think. We did get into it a little bit, though. Like a squirrel hiding away little treats for spring. Well, we got to have a schedule. We got to have a schedule for the week. Can't leave everything.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Today is day 2 of talks between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping in Moscow. Today, the leaders discussed topics like trade, energy, and AI technology.
You could have just said who, and that would have been that, for sure.
Talked
Yeah,
about the future of
absolutely.
the war in Ukraine and even plans for a potential ceasefire. Xi has also invited Putin to travel to Beijing later this year.
It took more than 100 firefighters to battle this inferno at a New Jersey church. The 8-alarm fire broke out Monday evening, leaving the building in ruins. Thankfully, no one was hurt, and the cause of the fire remains unclear. A former contestant on the game show Family Feud has been charged with murdering his wife. During his appearance on the show 4 years ago, he made ominous comments about regretting his marriage.
What the
NBC News
fuck?
correspondent Maggie Vespa is following this story for
It
us.
sounded like the way she said it, that he murdered his wife during the show as well.
Story. Walk us through what we know right now.
Yeah, Ellison, a lot of bizarre elements in this one. So in short, Timothy Bleefnick is charged with murdering his wife, Rebecca, inside her Quincy, Illinois home last month. The couple, who has 3 boys, we're told were in the middle of tense divorce proceedings. All of this, as you said, 4 years after that family went on Family Feud, and Tim Bleefnick, the suspect in this case, gave a now famous answer. You're going to see the clip of that answer here, and then immediately afterward, hear what his defense attorney has to say about it. Take a look.
Hey, people, what's the biggest mistake you made at your wedding?
Honey, I love you, but said I do. Not my mistake. Not my mistake. I love my wife. I'm going to get in trouble for that, aren't I?
Yeah. Is that famous Family Feud quote
Yikes.
an element of foreshadowing in this case? That give people pause.
It's nothing. It is a game show. It is a silly answer to a silly question. And it was an answer that was on the board. So I would really hope that a jury...
Okay, that's what's going on elsewhere in America. Those are the other big stories in America right now. Let's not talk about any of the massive crises facing the country. The fact that most people can't afford to live anymore. The gigantic tent encampments in every major American city. Maybe we could spend some time talking about that. Haven't seen many in this day of news coverage. Haven't seen much talk about that. You know, the whole like young people not having a future thing. The biosphere collapsing. No one can afford a home. We're filled with microplastics. Maybe we can talk about this a little bit. I don't know. You know? Call me crazy. The daily news cycle is extremely psychotic, yes. Oh, I'm starting to lose steam here, friends. I'm starting to lose steam. I really don't want to miss anything happening. Like, at least give me a press conference. Give me something. Give me something to work with here. I'm really starting to question, for the first time, is it possibly not Mueller time? Surely I can't have been hoodwinked again. Teacher shot by 6-year-old speaks to NBC News. The fucking Verhoeven thing is just such like a Verhoeven really undersold how nightmarish this was all going to be, isn't it? Like these are the headlines that are playing while we follow along with this stuff. Time for a diet soda. You know what? I should have a diet soda. I think it's a great idea. I think it's fantastic. I think it's a fantastic idea. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. Just cracked open my rain. Very nice, Sinchal. What flavor you got? Is it a rainbow sherbet? I wish I did have one. I will have a Diet Coke, though. One sec. Dreamsicle. Very nice. Good flavor. Just finished delicious sparkling water of the cherry vanilla soda variety. That sounds really good. What was that, a PC? I saw you posted that, Old Dutch. Was that a PC product? I haven't seen that anywhere. There's just nothing like it. It's PC and they have root beer and cream soda flavors I haven't tried yet. That's very interesting. That is very, very interesting. You're going to have to keep me posted on that. I wonder if we should check in like Brooklyn Dad or I wonder if there's any funny freakouts going on yet. Are people getting upset yet by the lack of action here? Let's see. Oh, here we go. Here's some more stuff.
Accomplishments during the GOP House retreat in Orlando, but instead the possible indictment looming for former President Donald Trump is dominating the conversation. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now. Sahil, we have heard so much from Republicans, it feels like, in the last 24 hours. What are we hearing from House Republicans today?
Well, many House Republicans are jumping to former President Trump's defense on this. The way they're doing it is somewhat different, however. They all seem to agree in being highly critical of the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg. But beyond that, there are some splits into how aggressive they want to be. You've got some firm allies of former President Trump, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, being very, very aggressive, using phrases like communist Democrats to talk about the Manhattan DA and the anticipated potential prosecution, whereas you have others, like Congressman Michael McCaul, who are taking a more measured approach, saying, yeah, maybe it looks a little political. But he said, quote, "We are all a little exhausted from the drama of Trump," telling our colleagues in Orlando, joking to them that he couldn't survive a political scandal if he was caught, paying hush money to a porn star. And then there's Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who is a little bit defensive of the idea that this may be overshadowing what Republicans want it to be a policy-focused retreat. Let's play what he had to say.
I know you've asked me this question a couple times all during this issue conference, and then you'll come back and it dominates the conference. No, we're not talking about this in our conference. You're just asking about it. So it only dominates your asking.
And you've got other senior Republicans saying, no, we're talking about banking, we're talking about foreign policy, we're talking about energy, not about Donald Trump.
All right, Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much for that.
A key hearing is underway in the Dominion voting systems lawsuit against Fox News.
This is all we
Both
got.
sides asked the judge to weigh
All I can
in,
picture is Bart
arguing the
rocking back and
evidence
forth
is
in the
so
corner saying,
convincing
Krusty's
that a
coming,
jury
Krusty's
trial
coming.
is not needed. The $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit argues that Fox News falsely claimed the voting company was responsible for fraud in the 2020 election. Fox has strongly denied those allegations. NBC News senior reporter Jane
Take
Kim's
care,
been following
Dranella.
this case for us. Jane,
We
good
got
to see
baited.
you. What exactly is the judge considering today?
So Judge Eric Davis in Delaware Superior Court is considering whether or not he should weigh in on any part of this case. Now, both sides, as you said, have argued that it's so clear, so convincing what happened, this evidence they presented in hundreds and hundreds of pages of briefs. The judge can essentially decide things now, that he can say that there was defamation, is what Dominion is arguing. They've presented so far. My colleague Kevin Collier is in the court, and they've spent hours arguing that these claims were so repeated and to the point of being institutionalized in Fox, that these false claims about Dominion voting systems and whether their ties to Venezuela, things that we know to be false, were just so commonly repeated that they essentially became institutionalized. They argued that they were that given the gravitas by how often they were repeated. Now, Fox News is, of course, arguing the First Amendment protects their conduct and wants the judge to rule with them. Fox Corporation, the other group in this, says, you know, look, we weren't involved in the creation of these challenge statements, and we should be let off the hook in this.
Oh, look at this. I got some more exclusive footage just coming out. Just dropping. Look at this. This is really exciting breaking news here. Here's the video. The video has finally come down of Trump being arrested. Check this out. Here it is.
Arrest Stockman.
They got him, folks. They got him. They got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Just scrolling around to see if I see anything else interesting. Reloading this video here. Here he is fleeing the police. Oh shit. Oh god, this is the right before they got him. Fleeing the police on foot. An exciting chase sequence here. Wow. Look at that. Unbelievable. That's Don Jr. as well. Him and Don Jr. Correct. That's absolutely correct. That's him and Poodler fleeing the ICC. Yes.
Have recommendations. I think there'll be some hearings coming up. The president, the Fed is going to report back on some of the supervisory failures, which have already sort of been highlighted.
Even my browser is starting to break.
Silicon Valley Bank, and
we just can't handle this much excitement.
That, though, it's going to be a big issue.
How the fuck would you show me something if I couldn't have it then?
Very true. Fucking KG is great in this film. Kevin Garnett is so fucking good in that movie.
things are starting to break. The banks.
Make sure you keep a copy of this VOD. This has been a good stream, regardless. This has been fun. There's been a lot of interesting discourse. We've laughed. I've enjoyed it a lot. I've enjoyed it immensely, frankly. I guess I don't know what I expected, you know? We riffed. I don't know what I expected. I allowed myself to believe. That was my problem. That was my big mistake. I allowed myself to believe.
Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Orange man not arrested. That's right.
When you fly, do you often see parents holding babies in their lap? There's a new effort underway.
We're banning lap babies.
Is pressing lawmakers to act, saying too many people are being.
Council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
Your wax wings melted. I still definitely think it's a possibility that this indictment is going to come down. Although maybe there's just enough pressure has been built up that they'll balk. That could be part of it too, right?
People from every corner of America facing challenges.
Everyone is just looking for some type of connection.
Just raise your hand and say, hey, I'd like to help.
Coming together to find solutions.
We are going to do something about it.
Their stories are our stories.
Well, folks. I take no pleasure in this. I take no pleasure in reporting this. Folks, regardless.
I have no choice but to stand.
Oh my goodness. Magyar guy. Thank you very much, a Patreon sub. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Magyar guy. We love it. Folks, regardless. Ladies and gentlemen, regardless if maybe we didn't get him, the orange man remains free. The orange man was not arrested. Regardless, though, it's been a fun day of coverage. It's been 4.5 hours of coverage over here on TRRS. And for one final time, if you've enjoyed this coverage, if you enjoy this community, if you enjoy the work that I do here on Twitch, if you want to support me for sitting down and spending 4.5 hours of my day watching cable news with all of you, only to be totally disappointed,
You can
for
count
your
on
entertainment,
me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
for your entertainment and enjoyment, please subscribe to TRRS. Thank you, Diego, for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Just 2 very generous chatters, 2 very generous 5 sub gifters could make this worth it. Could make this worth it for me to have spent my entire day doing this. Churning out content in the content mines for all of you. He slipped through our fingers again. I'll get him next time. I didn't think Trump would wiggle out of this one, and I still don't really think he will. I mean, we talked to Alex earlier. I still think it might be not till later, not till tomorrow that this shit really that anything happens out of this. I don't think it would really lead to anything substantial, but just that would be entertaining in and of itself. I'm not ready to concede quite yet. I'm not ready to concede yet, folks. I still think we're going to get him. All right? They're just biding their time. They're biding their time a little bit more. They're just waiting. The walls are closing in, folks. The walls are closing in. They're going to get him. Mueller's going to come in there with the tactical outfit, rappelling down the roof and doing the like SWAT team thing. Mueller himself. He's going to breach the window, somersault into the room. I still believe. And if it does happen, we will be able to break it down with, among many other things, with our friends from the Deprogram Pod. I want to believe UFO text. You're going to have Robert Mueller and James Comey. Remember how James Comey was like a liberal villain for a while for writing that email prior to the election? And then he became even after screwing over Hillary so badly, still became a liberal hero because he got fired by Trump. That's how feeble these people are. Even the guy that screwed over their precious Hillary literally kneecapped her at the final moment of the campaign, perhaps allowing Trump to pull that out, and still became a liberal hero afterwards because he said Orange Man bad. Because he got fired by Trump. That's how cucked these people are. Even the people that hate, they love Republicans, right? They love conservatives that are like this. We want a strong Republican Party. Yes. Absolutely. Our democracy just depends on it. God. These people. Well, I guess I should go, folks. It's your last chance to subscribe and support the stream. Last chance to acknowledge the sacrifice that I've made for everyone by sitting here all day for the last 4.5 hours to entertain you all. Fake news is a great line. It is. I agree. The stream was fake news. Plugging the TRRS Discord too. It's great and one of the only things keeping me sane sometimes. Absolutely, yeah. Love the Discord. Definitely such a cool place for people to hang out. A lot of really cool activities and good shit going on at all times in the Discord server. Okay, I'm gonna bounce. I'm out of here. Fuck this. What? Fuck this. Never let them make you forget that fake news was invented by Democrats. I mean, it's just amazing how there's nothing that they can't just use themselves.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Gen X Bushy, thank you so much. Gen X Bushy, coming through yet again with the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that, Gen X Bushy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right at the last minute. You should become one of those rage streamers that freaks out at their chat. I just don't have it in me. I just don't have it in me. I've tried before, but it just feels so hollow. And also it doesn't seem to affect anyone as well. When I do try to get angry at chat's just like, yeah, whatever, we don't care. Just stop this. Chat's just like, just stop doing this. What are you doing? And I'm like, okay. We just move on and we forget that it happened. We prefer you just talk down to us. Thank you for not yelling. No, I can't neg the chat. I just can't do it. I just love the chat too much. Dad, yeah, I just do dad mode whenever I'm displeased. I will turn this goddamn stream around. I don't get mad, I just get disappointed. More like, exactly, Johnny. More like a disappointed dad. That's more my speed. I don't know why those 5 gifted subs just didn't add to the tally. That must be something with stream elements. We are just 5 subs away though, folks. Forget what the little number says. We are just 5 subs away from hitting the goal. That's so close. That's so close. Even those last ones didn't show up. They did not arrest the big wet boy, in fact. No. No, they did not. We'll get caught up tomorrow, though, with everything. In Canada, it's called Rob's Burgers, and it's not a cartoon, and it stars Rob. Admit it, you would all watch. You would all watch this. You would all watch that show. I just got internet at my new place. There we go, Dr. Awesome. Very nice. Very nice. So give my regards to our friend Dan Simpson. Enjoy that. I hope something happens. I hope something happens that you can react to. There is still time to slub. There's about 20 seconds left. That is true. But as always, I will be back tomorrow. And I really, really do appreciate everyone that supports the channel. Even our friends, the lurkers and the non-subs, I even support them as well. Such a wonderful community. I love you all very much. I'll talk to you tomorrow.